And before I accept your admission to this allegation, I need to make sure you understand that you are waiving certain rights by entering an admission today. You do have the right to require APNP to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where APNP puts on evidence through witness testimony or exhibits. They have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. And you would also have the right to remain silent at that hearing, where the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Mr. Atkinson, do you understand these rights?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that by entering the admission today, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admission as knowingly voluntarily entered, take judicial notice of the conviction, and then we'll officially revoke your prior parole. So, Mr. Atkins, I'm going to talk to your attorney for a little bit, then I'll talk to Agent Clifford, then I'll come to you at the end for a couple of questions and anything else you may want to add. Okay.
All right.
All right. So with that, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes. So he did do 5 months at a program. And so he was quitting Suboxone, and unfortunately, at the facility, snuck in some of his own stuff. That's what happened here, and that's why he pled to that charge. What he's asking for is a termination. He doesn't think that a halfway house will help him. He will do another parole, but he would prefer termination. He does want to leave Utah. He has a son in California who has his own family, and he'd like to be closer to that support group. So ideally, he would terminate as soon as possible and then be able to leave and be with them.
Okay, thank you. Agent Clifford, any recommendation?
I support termination of parole. I would have it that he serves a few more months in the state prison and then is released, giving about 8 to 6 months of a time cut before his termination of his sentence in 2025. But I believe that's fine. And sometimes not everyone's set up for a halfway house, and given that he only has right around less than a year left on parole, I would say that's appropriate.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Atkinson, now's your opportunity. Talk to me about what was going on this parole. I mean, obviously, I know the basic facts, but what was going on in your mind as you were involved in doing the drugs there at the halfway house?
Well, it wasn't. They were my own prescriptions. The halfway house banned on May 13th THC products inside of the halfway house. So I didn't. I was also on Suboxone. Suboxone was giving me side effects, but I didn't want to go through with withdrawals for the 2 days I was off of work, and so I snuck my THC pen in on my days off into the halfway house, and I was caught with it. Okay. So, yeah, that was my fault for sneaking it in. I just didn't want to go through withdrawals from Suboxone for the 2 days without having any other medications.
Your attorney mentioned that you'd been in a program for 5 months. What program had you been in?
No, the program I was at I was at the halfway house for 5 months.
Okay, all right.
I had previously, before on the last parole, I did the HOPE program and graduated that.
So understanding that there's some nuance maybe as far as whether you're using the THC products legally or not, if we take into account that these were under a prescription, when was the last time you used drugs illegally?
Illegally, probably 8 years ago. If not longer. Probably, no, it was when I caught these charges, so it's been almost over 9 years.
And since then, you've been on the prescription for Suboxone?
On and off right now. I'm not on it because I hadn't refilled my prescription for 30 days, so they didn't start me back on it at the prison. So I'm on nothing currently. But and then the side effects from Suboxone, I didn't like them, so that's where I went and got my medical THC card.
Sorry, just 1 second. I'll note that in the write-up, it looks like, and again, this is the way I read it. Looks like there wasn't, while you were in the halfway house for 5 months, didn't look like your effort was very strong as far as seeking a successful parole. Can you talk to me about that? Is that a fair perception?
I disagree with that. I got to the halfway house and I immediately started looking for employment. Dunford put in there that I had a negative attitude. I didn't have a negative attitude. He wasn't even my shift. He was my shift leader at first, but it got switched to Moss. I had a job. I had paid a down payment to go to the home inn to have my own place. I needed to wait 30 days. They said I was 2 weeks into that 30 days. So I was 2 weeks away from having my own place and being out of the halfway house period. I was doing good.
Okay. All right. And then, so if you were granted termination, how would you get to California?
I have money. Hopefully, at the halfway house, I still had a pay card and a credit card that was in my possession. Hopefully, the halfway house still will have it when I get out. I don't know what they're going to do with that, but I have with the combined monies on that, it should be about $1,000. That'll pay for my ticket to California.
Okay. And then, if you were granted a parole, again, just I don't make the final decision. The board does. So, if you were granted a parole, do you have a place to go here, or do you need to go back to?
I'll be back at the halfway house. I don't have any support here since my mother passed away almost 3 years ago. So tentatively, however long you guys give me, I'd probably be at the halfway house till I expire anyway.
Okay. All right. And then, how's your mental health? Any issues that you're facing? Are you being treated for anything?
No, I'm not on any medication at this time for mental health. So and I'm doing pretty good.
What have you been treated for in the past?
I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia, but I haven't had any issues and I'm not on medication currently.
When you were diagnosed with schizophrenia, do you remember what led to that diagnosis? Were you hearing things, seeing things?
Well, I was hearing things, but it was after a past suicide attempt back in November of 2018. I was hearing voices after I hung myself.
And to what do you attribute the fact that you're so stable without any medications?
I just haven't heard any voices and I haven't been on medications for a while. I'm doing good.
Okay. And then are there any physical health issues the board needs to be aware of? Anything that would prevent you from being successful? I mean, I would say anything that would prevent you from being successful on parole. I understand that you may receive a termination, but is there anything the board needs to be aware of?
I do have some back issues, and that's why I was on the THC, because past opioid dependencies, and part of my reason I did come to prison was to get pain pills, so illegally.
So what I'm hearing you say is that previously you had used pain medications illegally to help with your back issues, but now that you're on medical marijuana, you've been able to get that all under control.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think those are all the questions I have for you. Is there anything you want to say on your behalf or anything else you want the board to be aware of?
No, I just agree with, like I said, I want to just leave the state of Utah. I have nothing here anymore. Being at a halfway house, I don't think would benefit me either as well. It's just gonna prolong the inevitable of me going to California. So whether it's however long you guys, whether I parole or terminate, at the end of the day, at June 10th, I'll be headed to California anyway, so.
Okay. All right, so we'll proceed as we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll take their time to deliberate. Once they've made a decision, they'll post it online, and then they'll send you that letter in the mail. So you can find out either by talking to people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website, or just wait for the letter to get to you. Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you. Can I ask Cabanilla if, Cabanilla, what happened with all my stuff, and will my cards still be there when I get out?
Can't answer that. I wouldn't know. I'm not in charge of the property. You can send a letter to your case manager or grandma request any sort of records. If you had a property designee that
I
you
didn't.
signed, you didn't have any. Okay,
No,
so
I don't have nobody.
usually, typically after 30 business days, that does get donated to the DI. If in the event that did happen, you would need to go to the employer that you had, and they would have to refund that money for you because it is your money, but you would need to go out and seek that income from them.
What about the credit card that
I
was?
don't know where those are. I can't answer for that this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Atkinson.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you. I appreciate that you recognize that this is not going to be an easy thing to overcome. But if you keep that end in mind, you know, the real estate developer, property management as your goal, then I think good things are coming your way. So with
Yeah,
that,
and definitely the people that I'm going to put around myself, you know, having a positive support network.
very good. All right, is there anything else you want the board to be aware of? Anything else you want to say on your behalf?
No.
Okay. All right, I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate. They will reach a decision. Once they've done that, they'll post it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you may be able to find out faster by talking to people on the outside who can look it up on the internet. Otherwise, just wait for that letter to get to you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck, Biddy.
All right. Bye.
Manny.
Thank you. All right, this is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Ryan Palmer. Mr. Palmer, your offender number is 179455. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Very good. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Beckmellon from AP&P. Mr. Palmer and Agent Beckmellon, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Palmer, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Excellent. All right, looks like we have 4 allegations against Mr. Palmer. Ms. Conyers, how are we handling those allegations?
Thank you. I'll just go in order. Number 1 and 2, he will admit. Number 3, I know is utilizing the standard language. However, I'm wondering if we can amend it to remove the language exploiting children. And with that amendment, he will admit to that. And then he'll also admit to number 4. So we're just asking for that one amendment, and otherwise we'll admit to all of them.
Agent Beckmellon, any issues with that amendment of striking the words exploiting children from that allegation?
None whatsoever.
Okay. All right. So let me just. So with that amendment, so I'll note the stipulated motion to amend allegation 3. I'll recommend that amendment, and then I will. Mr. Palmer, before I accept your admissions to these allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you are waiving certain rights. You're waiving, so first of all, you have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. The evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where AP&P puts on evidence. They have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. At that, they put on witness testimony or produce any exhibits they felt necessary. You'd be able to defend yourself. You'd have an attorney appointed to you at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APMP's witnesses, as well as to call your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt were necessary for your defense of these allegations. Do you understand? And then if there were any allegations that amounted to criminal conduct, you would have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Palmer?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions to these allegations, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions to the allegations with the one amendment as knowingly and voluntarily entered, and will officially revoke your prior parole date. So, Mr. Palmer, first I'll talk to Ms. Conyers, then I'll talk to Agent Beckmel, and then I'll come to you at the end, okay? All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, we do have a recommendation. We're asking for 180 days and another opportunity at parole. This was his fourth attempt. We're asking that credit be given for the last 3 months he's been in custody. He wants to start out at a halfway house. And then when he gets stabilized, he does plan to return to the same job he had before, which was working at a lumber yard. He does plan, he's been working with, I believe, the LDS church to get a residence after he transitions from the halfway house. And then he'll continue as SOTP at Alpha Counseling.
All right, thank you. All right, Agent Beckmel, any recommendation from APMP?
Before the recommendation, I just wanted to clarify to make sure. So Mr. Palmer is pleading guilty to allegations 1, 2, and 4. But on number 3, just the exploiting children amended, taken out, he will plead guilty to number 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so APMP is in agreement with the recommendation of 180 days. Mr. Palmer's behavior is very concerning to APMP, where he's actively trying to thwart information, where he's having access to children and trying to date someone that has underage children in their home. With his Group A conditions and with his history, that's concerning to APMP, specifically when I personally had a conversation with him where he was asking me, hey, can I do this? And I told him no. And then he goes and tries to thwart APMP's efforts to try and have access to these children. That is very, very concerning to APMP of trying to hide information where the children are involved. Due to his history, APMP does recommend 180 days, but that he be ordered specifically to receive a full mental health evaluation and a sex offender evaluation where he is ordered to complete all recommended treatment. Unless Mr. Palmer starts to address his issues with treatment, we're setting him up to be a public safety risk with him actively trying to hide to have access to children. So our recommendation is 180 days where he receive a full mental health evaluation. Thank you. And where he's with sex offender evaluation where he's ordered to complete all recommended treatment.
Okay. And just to be clear, 180 days is to get the evaluation, but you'd be okay with him completing that treatment while on parole?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, as long as he receives the evaluation to see what it is while he's incarcerated, that is fine with APMP.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that recommendation. All right, Mr. Palmer, now's your opportunity to speak. You've heard what Agent Beckmel talked about. I share some of the same concerns that he expressed, and as far as how APMP feels about your performance on this parole. So, explain to me what's going on.
The gal I met on that I was dating, I met her on Facebook, and when I found out she had kids, I let her know that I cannot be around them due to my age stipulations. And I was slowly backing my way away from her as of the 28th. My plan was, that whole time, was to break it off. Eventually, I was afraid I would emotionally hurt her. I didn't want to do that. Didn't want to cause her the emotional damage. So I would try and back off.
So in the report, I read that there were conversations about, you acknowledging that you couldn't be around the kids, which I commend you for being upfront about that. But then there's some conversation about maybe the two of you hiding this relationship from AP&P. So talk to me about it, because that was in the text messages that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I had no plan on hiding it. My whole goal was to break it off and get rid of it. That way, it wouldn't be there.
Okay.
I just didn't want to do it right away.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Palmer, let me interrupt you real quick. The officer there out at Salt Lake, looks like we have another offender on. Can we put him out of the room initially, just so that he's not a party to this conversation, please? Looks like he's coming to us from Hickory, so we just need to. And hopefully he's not able to hear us, but. Okay, Mr. Palmer. So when you were talking to her about hiding the relationship from AP&P, what was your intent? Because you explicitly state, "Hey, we'll keep this a secret from AP&P."
She actually brought that up first after I told her I was ordered by my PO to unfriend her and block her from my Facebook access. And she went on saying, we could hide this from your PO. My whole goal was to eventually get rid of it. So that way I wouldn't have the trouble that I'm in now. And I never wanted access to her kids.
Were you ever alone with the kids? Were you ever with the kids?
I was never with her. Never physically, never seen her.
Okay,
She was in Providence, up by Logan.
gotcha.
I'm in Ogden,
Okay.
and I would deny to go up there.
Tell
So
me
I
about
never went.
Tell me about your internet searches. Tell me about the pornography you were seeking.
I did have a weak judgment on that. And I have to be responsible for that, because also due to the fact that my phone was left unattended a few times while I was at the halfway house.
Were you yourself looking at pornography?
On 3 or 4 different occasions. And it was all adult.
Okay.
That's all I have to say on that.
Okay. What is the plan moving? Like, how do we get past this? Knowing that you're going to get out eventually and have access to the internet at some point. How do we get to the point where you are in control and able to make difficult decisions, including turning off this relationship or cutting off this relationship with this woman in a more timely fashion? How do we do this moving forward?
Actually, as of July 3rd of this year, when I got arrested and booked into Weaver County, I have not had any contact with the woman, and I don't ever have. I plan on having any contact afterwards.
Okay.
And I don't know if the board recognized the program solid, but as in Bear 2, I'm currently involved in that
Okay.
to better myself, to learn from my failures, and change my thinking. And it's actually a pretty good, real good program. I've learned a lot already. Communication is one of them. How better to communicate, which was one of my downfalls is on my last parole. And I'm also gonna have if I have a phone, I'm not gonna have anything that will hide my history. I'll make sure that it's never on there.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any, so your plan is halfway house initially? I mean, you heard your attorney mention all the plans. Any changes to that, or is that all accurate?
It's all accurate. I do have hopefully 4 job offers waiting for me up in Ogden. My old boss, when he sold the company, a part of the selling, he put in there that I should be rehired
Okay.
on a new company.
And then do you have any mental health issues that you're being treated for currently?
I am currently on antidepressants and a mood stabilizer.
Okay.
And I plan when I get out, go to Weber Human and do CBT through them.
All right, thank you. And then are there any physical health issues the board should be aware of?
Except for my back and my brain tumor. Besides that, not really.
All right. Nothing that'll prevent you from being successful on parole.
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything we have not talked about today that you wanted to bring up, or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
Except for maybe see if I can be taken off A and put on B, which will open my possibility to housing and other opportunities like work and that.
I'll note that, but I don't foresee that happening, so I would not anticipate that being a change. But I will note that you've requested as much from the board.
Because when I was very first given parole, they put me on B stipulations.
Okay. Well,
And when
like
I
I
got
said,
parole, they put my A.
I'll note that to the board. All right. So after today, I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their final decision. Once they've done that, they'll release it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can wait for that letter to get to you, or if you're in contact with people on the outside, you can find out usually a lot faster having them look it up on the board's website. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
You too. Have a good day.
Thanks. You
Good
too.
luck, Mr. Palmer.
You too.
28575, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. As I mentioned prior to going on the record, it doesn't look like we have a representative from AP&P present. If they join us, we'll swear them in at the time. But as for now, Mr. Quinn, I need to put you under oath. If you can, as best as possible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Quinn, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes,
And did you get a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
All right. Looks like we were here last in August. We were waiting for sentencing on third-degree felony. The court has since sentenced or closed the case without any sentence imposed. So we've scheduled this hearing. So and that's in case ending in 978. So we do have a guilty plea, but no conviction, or sorry, no sentence. So with that, Ms. Carnage, we have 4 allegations. Looks like the case is attached to number 3. How are we proceeding with these allegations today?
Yes, no contest on 1 and 2, and guilty admitting on 3 and 4 to match what he adjudicated already.
Perfect, thank you. All right, Mr. Quinn, before I accept your pleas, I need to make sure you understand, first of all, that the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. And then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. They would put on testimony and any exhibits they felt necessary to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You'd be able to defend yourself through an attorney appointed to you at no cost to you. You will be able to call witnesses, cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, and produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Mr. Quinn, do you accept, or do you understand these rights?
I do, Your Honor.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions, the 2 no contest pleas and the admissions, that you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
I do.
Very good, thank you. I'll accept the pleas as knowingly and voluntarily entered based on that, and then I'll take judicial notice of the conviction in case ending in 978. With that, we'll revoke your prior parole dates. Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes, what we're asking for is usually I would recommend a year here. This is his 10th parole. However, he is asking for release just as soon as possible. His mom has pancreatic cancer, and with the nature of that disease, sadly doesn't have much longer to live. So he is hoping to get released as soon as possible so he can spend that valuable time with her. When he is released, he wants to start with just a CCC for transition. He hopes to, he thinks he has a job maybe lined up or something that he does well, which is tree trimming. So finding work shouldn't be a problem for him at all. He'll work with CCC for a place to live and to get into treatment. He has been in touch with TCTC, so that might be something that he can do starting there. But those are his plans so far.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Quinn, now's your opportunity to speak. What was going on at Foothill that was so it seemed like things were not going well at Foothill, and then you left against advice. Talk to me a bit about that.
Okay, so yeah, I did leave Foothill. I met a young lady there, and we kind of fell in love. And with her permission, she self-admitted herself, and then when she got kicked out, I kind of overreacted, and I left the program with her because I love her. She's pregnant with our child now, which is a God blessing, which is a blessing. And I did have some ups and downs. This is the first time I've ever been in treatment. You know what I mean? 96% of people going into treatment for their first time, they sometimes fail. However, I was doing pretty good. I just had some ups and downs and stuff like that. And I did send you a letter from my caseworker who was working with me and stuff like that, that kind of pointed out some of those good things that I was going through and stuff. And I've done, since 1997, I've done over 24 years of incarceration. All these things in my life that have accumulated over the years, I'm not going to be able to get rid of them overnight from being incarcerated, from seeing people stabbed, from being stabbed, from having my ear bit off, from all these traumas that it's going to take a while. You know what I mean? I'm going to have these failures, but I've been in contact with TCTC, the Timpanogos Community Treatment Center. There's some of the officers that have worked up at the old state prison that I'll be working with there, that know me, that I've worked with in maintenance and everything like that, that are going to help me to transition. Transition is really important because my social phobias, from lack of trust to officers to whatever, thinking that something bad's going to happen to me, is been a long road. I've been an SL4 dropout from a gang since 2000, and I haven't been gang related. I've been back in max in my cell 23 hours or 22 hours a day in Hickory since 2017. Like, all of the programming, all that reconditioning that I need, it doesn't happen here. But in this TCTC program, where they're going to work with me, where I'll be able to transition and work and do their substance abuse program, where I'll get reacclimated to society. That's what, like, to help somebody who's done this much time, even as a juvenile, I did like a long time, which is, I know that you guys hear this all the time, but like, over all this time, to think that it hasn't affected me in a negative way, it has. And I have a long way to go, but TCTC is going to be something that's going to help me to transition back into society. Does that make sense? I'm not a good talker. I'm so scared of talking right now. My armpits are sweating.
You're okay. You're doing very well. Tell me about, so acknowledging that there's positive things happening. I feel like the only questions I ask are about negative things. So I acknowledge the positive things were happening. There were good things happening while you were at Foothill. But I do need to talk about some of the negatives. So you left Foothill. Did you relapse on drugs on this parole?
No, sir. No, sir. And I sent you a doctor's health thing. So my parole officer wrote me his notes that I was on the medical assisted treatment on Suboxone. I sent you guys a copy of this letter from my Dr. Carmen, who put me on the Suboxone, who also tested me on 5/30 of 2024 to make sure that I wasn't on any drugs, to continue my medical assisted treatment, and AP&P have those in there too. I absolutely not. I will not do drugs again. I'd rather get a prostate exam from Freddy Krueger than ever do drugs again.
Fair enough. Tell me about the motorcycle. What was going on with that?
Okay, so it's as bad as that. Let me find the probable cost statement, because on that probable cost statement. So,
you know, we don't need to go tit for tat. I just want to hear what happened. What was going on? Somebody.
I was dropping off gas to Guilford Tucker's motorbike. I've known him. He's from Payson. Because the motorbike was not licensed or registered, and he didn't want to get it impounded. Instead, he said that that I didn't have permission to drop off gas to it, which whatever, but he didn't understand that I was going to be catching in charge for this. He then said that he didn't know me, and when he's known me, we're both from Payson. And so I ended up pleading, the prosecutor had me plead no contest to attempted theft of an inoperable motor vehicle, and said case closed. Said that because of he allowed me to plead no contest because of the circumstances of it and stuff like that. I think that it's best that I did plead like that, because it got me up here before you guys because of my mom and her sickness and stuff like that. And so, yeah.
Okay. Just 1 second. Let me just you speak really fast. Let me see if I can encapsulate everything you've said real quick. So hold on just 1 second. All right, so just to be absolutely clear and to put it unequivocally, you did not steal the bike. That was, you were bringing gasoline to the mic.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Tucker, oh, there it is. I found it. So Mr. Tucker stated in his probable cause statement, said that the AP&P never put in to the back of it. It says the officer made contact with the registered owner of the motorcycle. Gifford Tucker stated that the bike had broke down around 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. on May 29th. So he left it parked at the intersection. Gifford stated that he did not give anyone permission to take the motorcycle and that he did not call anyone to get gas for the motorbike. Gifford Tucker stated that the motorcycle battery was dead and that it had just needed to be jumped. Gifford Tucker stated that the motorcycle looked as it had when he had left it and that he was able to get it running by hooking up the battery. That was his statement on there. And yeah, I never touched that bike.
Okay.
But I did plead no contest to a charge. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are you being treated for any mental health issues currently?
No, sir.
Have you been in the past?
No, sir.
Do you feel like you need help with mental health?
I think that when I get out, because I would go through Wasatch Behavioral, they have the Pearl Access to Recovery. Excellent program. I deal with them on kind of some of that, but I do have anxieties and social phobias from these long periods of incarceration.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay. And are there any physical health issues that would keep you from being successful on parole?
My own fear of success.
That's fair. And profound. I think that's a profound admission. All right, and I think something that may be worth exploring with a therapist at some point. All right, I'm gonna make my recommendation to the board. They're gonna deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've reached their decision, they're gonna send you a letter in the mail letting you know what they've decided. They do also post it online though, so you may find out faster by talking to people who are on the outside who can look it up online. One of the things, I can't give you my whole recommendation because the board will make the final decision. One of the things that I do anticipate is the board will order you to do a mental health evaluation. Do you have any issues with that?
Doing it here or out on the street?
On parole, it'd be a parole condition.
No, I think that like an in-depth mental health evaluation out there would probably benefit me because I have seen and witnessed traumas where I feel like, man, I'm gonna cry. Where I feel like it has affected me, seeing somebody have their face kicked in outside my door, seeing stupid traumas, I believe that they have affected me. So I think that stuff like that, I think that I need that.
Yeah, sounds like it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the time and information. You've done very well today. So just wait for that letter to get to you, or as you talk to people on the outside, ask them to check the internet to see if the board has made their decision. Okay.
Hey, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Hey, you too.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to hear from Salt Lake whether we're on the record or not. Thank you so much. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Craig Detmar. Is it Detmar? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Detmar, your offender number is 198694, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you also see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Peterson from APMP. Mr. Detmar and Agent Peterson, I need to swear both of you in. If I can have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Detmar, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Conyers, looks like we have one allegation. How are we handling that allegation today?
Yes, thank you. We did discuss this allegation on Monday, and we are going to admit to that. He was dating a woman with children without permission from APMP.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Detmar, before I accept your admission to this allegation, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APMP to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. APMP would have the burden of proof. They'd have to prove that it's more likely than not that you did violate your parole. They would do that through witness testimony and any exhibits they needed to demonstrate that you violated your parole. You'd have the right to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine APMP's witnesses and to call your own in your defense or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Detmar?
Yes.
And do you understand that by entering this admission, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
Very good. All right, I'll accept the admission as knowingly and voluntarily entered and will revoke your prior parole. All right, Mr. Detmar, I'll talk to your attorney for a little bit and then Agent Peterson, and I'll come to you after that to talk more about what was going on in this parole, okay?
All right.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, we do have recommendations. We recognize that APMP is asking that he expires, which happens in about 6 months. However, he is hoping for a termination this calendar year. He and the same woman that's discussed in allegation number 1 have a child on the way at the end of this month, September, and he'll become a father for his first time. He plans to move to Price, where she is now. It sounds like she is living with his family in Price, and so he plans to move to Price to be with her. And after he gets a job, they'll move into their own place. He may be doing for work. He may be doing coal mining with his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law can arrange that for him, and he plans to continue doing schooling, specifically building trades and working on his degrees for building trades and welding. So he has some really good plans, but asking for that opportunity to get out as soon as possible so he can do fatherhood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Peterson, any recommendation?
Just that he get a termination, and we went with the original date of his sentence, because when I had conversations with Craig, he didn't want to really get another parole, for 3 months and then, have to jump through those hoops. And so if the board sees fit to give him an early termination, besides the February 12th date, APMP is okay with that.
Okay. All right, Mr. Detmar, talk to me about, so you know that you have certain conditions that prevent you from being around young children, and you were dating this woman anyway. So tell me what was going on in your mind when you engaged in this relationship.
For starters, I wasn't thinking straight. Obviously, I was trying to live my life somewhat normal, get in a relationship, have that companionship. I chose to do it before getting all the permission and everything else. I recognize that I was advised to stop dating her at first until I can get the permission, and I got all the way up to being told that I had to do a polygraph in order to pursue the relationship if it was possible after the polygraph, and I failed to do that. I continued to date her, continued to see her, and I realized that was my bad. I should have been more responsible and mature, and took the advice that I was given from not only my PO, but also by staff members at the Lantern House that had advised me that I was going down the wrong path and not doing what I should have been doing, as well as my individual therapist. But once I found out that I had a kid on the way, I still wanted to be there for her, and I just eventually got too comfortable with being just around her that she became homeless, came to homeless shelter that I was at, and I just stopped trying to put that boundary and that space between me and her two kids that she already has.
Okay.
And I just continued to be around her and the kids as well.
We go back to, I realize it's been a long time. But if we go back to your original offense, the question remains, do you find yourself attracted to underage kids?
I don't have those desires of that anymore. I don't find I've learned tools, I've put them to use. If I get those thoughts or feelings, I isolate myself, or I think of other things like, is this really worth it or whatnot? And I don't feel that I'm a threat to anyone under the age of 18.
Okay. Are you currently suffering from any mental health issues? Are you being treated for anything? Have you been in the past?
Currently, no, but I have been treated for mental health issues. I was diagnosed with suicide and depression. I've been on medications for my depression, and I took myself off of them due to the fact that most of the pills or the medication I was getting for my depression, I knew that I can get high on. So I don't try to take medications that I can abuse and get high on, because I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to be the person I was when I was a teenager, getting high all the time, whether it be on weed or Percocets or pills or anything. I've been I can honestly say that prison has helped change me. I haven't had any liquor in my system for a while.
Okay.
And that I'm trying to do what I need to do. And so I'd stay away from things that I know I can get high on.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. Thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Anything that we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
No, not really.
Okay. So after today, I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate. They'll make a final decision. Once they've reached their decision, they'll post it online and they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can wait for that letter to arrive, or maybe faster if you're able to talk to people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website and then let you know what that decision is. Okay.
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Emiliano Gomez. Mr. Gomez, your offender number is 235586. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. And then we have just through audio only Agent Dalton from AP&P. Mr. Gomez, Agent Dalton, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gomez, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. As we were discussing prior to coming on the record, both of the allegations are based off of criminal conduct that was alleged. That case ending in 1654. In the trial court, both cases were dismissed with prejudice. So, Ms. Conyers, how are we proceeding today?
It sounds like there's a stipulated motion to strike the two allegations.
Agent Dalton, is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And so just for the record, Ms. Conyers, we're entering denials along with that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So without any allegations still standing, I guess the next thing would be, well, I haven't done this one in a while, so there's no, I don't need to worry about the rights. We're not waiving any rights. So it looks like we're just going to reinstate on parole. Is that the anticipation, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, that is the anticipation. I can provide some bit of information for the board if they want.
Yes, that'd be
regarding
wonderful.
plans. But yes, that's what we would expect, is just reinstatement on parole. This was his fourth attempt. So he does think he was actually doing pretty well. He thinks he can return on parole. He thinks he can return to his job that he previously had lined up at Loft House. He plans to return to the same address he had where he was living with his parents and his sisters. He didn't really need any treatment, so he doesn't really plan to engage in that. He'd already finished some evaluation and treatment. He hasn't had a dirty in 6 years. The one thing that he wanted to bring to the board's attention is it does talk about some gang involvement. He's just not really involved anymore. He is active, but not involved in the gang anymore. So he just wanted to let the board know that. But it sounds like he has some pretty good plans and can continue being successful on this parole after his release.
Okay, thank you. Agent Dalton, anything you wish to add?
Nothing else from us, no.
And you're good with reinstating Mr. Gomez on parole?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gomez, understanding that there's no longer an allegation that you violated your parole, is there anything you want to talk about that was happening on this parole? What was going well for you? Anything that went poorly for you? Anything you want to say on your behalf?
Nothing other than really, yeah, I understand that my parole ended with me back in prison with new charges which were dismissed and the allegations were dismissed, but out of all the times that I've done on parole, I think this is the best one. I had a good relationship with my parole officer, good communication, and there was trust there. Had a good job, and I was complying with my parole, and it sucks that it had to come back to this, you know, but I feel like I was doing a lot better than I ever have in like in a lot of areas, if that makes sense.
And if Mr. Gomez, I advise you to listen to your attorney if you're getting into any shaky ground, but for what you can, and again, Ms. Conyers, I'll defer to you. Mr. Gomez, can you explain to me what happened with when EMS showed up and there was the scuffle that ended with your arrest?
So one night, my girlfriend had a seizure, so the EMS showed up. Basically, like, they weren't really doing nothing for her. The officers showed up. Me and her mom were by her. One of the officers walked up behind me and grabbed me by the arm in an aggressive manner. I don't know where the report said I pushed EMS or none of that. That never happened. The officer walked up behind me. I didn't see him behind me when he grabbed me in an aggressive manner. I did turn on the officer and was like, "Hey, don't touch me like that." And then the officer proceeded to get aggressive. The officer put his hands on me and I stepped back. They took that as an aggressive manner. They took me down to the ground. They said I was fighting them, which I wasn't. Threw me in the car and then took me to jail.
Okay.
And the case didn't make it past my second court date until it was dismissed. So, yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't really understand why I had to come, why I had to get taken from my home all the way back here just for this, you know?
Okay. What city were you living in?
Ogden.
Any mental health issues that need to be, have you ever been treated for any mental health issues in the past?
No,
And are there any physical health issues the board should be aware of?
no.
And then, let's see, talk to me about your gang. So you're still active, but you're not really participating. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean to still be active?
Well, like I said, like, I'm active, like, I'm still there. I still live in an active house. I just don't really involve myself with everything that goes on.
So you're not a dropout, but you're just not participating on the regular.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think you've answered all of my questions. Let me just check. Were you having any employment issues, or was everything okay with your job?
At first, it was hard to find employment due to, like, my record and stuff. There's violence on my record that stopped me from getting a lot of jobs, but in the end, I did find a job. I found a good job. But other than that, uh, prior to that, yeah, there was some struggles finding a job. I was through multiple temp agencies, and a lot of it, they were just giving me the runaround on a lot of things. So a lot of it's my fault. Like I said, it's a lot of my history and a lot of my record.
Okay. But it wasn't through, I mean, you weren't being lazy or not trying. You were doing your best to try and find, just struggling because of the record. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, that's fair. I was doing my best. I was in and out of the temp agencies. I was constantly trying to talk to them, and yeah, it was just the record that kept getting in the way.
Okay, very good. All right, well, thank you for all the information you've given me today. What happens after today is I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've reached their decision, they'll send you a letter in the mail. They also post it online. It's possible that the board could seek an evidentiary hearing. I don't think so. That's why I wanted to make sure we had a conversation about what happened at the house when EMS showed up, just to try and get all that information available to them. But once they've made their decision, like I said, they'll post it online. They'll send you a letter so you can find out, waiting for that letter to get to you, or talking to people who are on the outside who can look it up on the board's website. Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. You're doing great.
Yep, I will. Thank you.
On record.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Damon is it Conroe? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yes, sir.
Conroe, okay. And Mr. Conroe, your offender number is 164910, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning.
Okay.
On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers.
Yep.
And then we have Agent Dalton, who's here on behalf of APNP. He's struggling with video, so we have him just through audio currently. Okay.
All right.
All right, Mr. Conroe, Agent Dalton's already been sworn in, so he's under oath for this hearing, but I do need to put you under oath. So if I could have you please raise your hand, please, Mr. Conroe. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Conroe, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your disclosure packet?
I did.
And finally, did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
Very good. All right, Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 3 allegations of parole violations. How are we handling those today?
Yes, thank you. He will be admitting to all 3 of the allegations.
All right. Mr. Conroe, before I accept your admissions to these allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you're waiving certain rights by admitting to these allegations. You have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where APNP puts on witness testimony or exhibits to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole. You're able to defend yourself. You'd be appointed an attorney at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as to produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense and call any witnesses you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights?
I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
Very good, thanks. With that, I'll accept the admissions as knowingly and voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole dates officially. So, Mr. Conroe, first I'm going to talk to your attorney, then I'll talk to Agent Dalton, then I'll come to you for some additional information.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any additional information and or recommendation?
Yes, a little bit of additional information. We had a good conversation on Monday about what happened here. It sounds like Mr. Conroe went into the hospital and just failed to get in touch with APNP. He now knows that, you know, even if this was his first attempt at parole, so maybe he didn't have a complete understanding, but he now knows it like regardless, he just needs to know this number and he needs to stay in touch with Agent Dalton, regardless of the situation, so that he doesn't end up in this back in custody on something like this. So that was a good conversation to have. What he's seeking here is a termination. He suffers from ileostomy.
Ileostomy.
Thank you so much. Basically, just not having intestines is what I understand that is. So he would prefer to terminate and then be able to care for his condition on the outside. However, he would do parole if that's what the board prefers. If he is paroled, he would want to go to Odyssey House. One of their facilities is next to a medical center, so he should be able to address his medical issues there. I mean, one of the reasons he's seeking a termination is because he doesn't have the 2 main reasons is, in addition to his medical issues, he doesn't have support in Utah. So he would be likely to leave the state. So that's what he's requesting.
Thank you. All right, Agent Dalton, any recommendation from APNP?
Yeah, so with it being his first parole, we would recommend another attempt after at least 90 days. We do agree that I think whether it be Odyssey House or another inpatient treatment program would be beneficial. When he turned himself into his agent, sounded like he was quite dependent on fentanyl, and that would we have no reason to think that wouldn't happen again if he was let out on his own. So an inpatient treatment program would be beneficial from the start, I think.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Conroe, now's your opportunity to speak. Talk to me about what happened on this parole.
So I did get out. I was on MAT treatment. However, I did I had my first slip up after roughly 60 days. I was kind of able to bounce back. I did just run into issues with getting into my treatment. I did get into it and I did start attending it. However, I did let my medical condition kind of hinder me from some things. I did end up in the hospital and I definitely should have been more proactive. I don't know why. I just assumed my dad letting my agent know I was in the hospital would be good enough, but realistically looking back on it, I should have been more proactive on that for sure. So it is my fault. I do accept the responsibility for it. But yeah, this time, like I said, my support system in Utah isn't really that great. And I do have this medical condition where I am in and out of the hospital. Not always often, but there is times where it is often. So I do feel a termination would be beneficial for me. However, again, I will leave it up to the board to decide what they feel is in my best interest. Either way, whether it's parole or termination, my family does want me to complete treatment. I did get accepted to Odyssey House already. I got a thing back from you guys, which I thought meant you guys had also seen that as well. But either way, so that's my intent.
Okay, yeah, and I did receive that letter. I noted that we had received the letter from Odyssey House indicating that they did have, they had accepted you into the program.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you go if you were terminated?
I'm probably going to end up in either Montana or Washington.
And who lives there?
I have uncles in both. My mother lives in Wyoming, but she's actually planning on leaving. And then I do have grandparents in Florida as well. But my first choices would be either Montana or Washington.
Okay, thank you. So talk to me, what happened when you relapsed? What was going on that led to your relapse?
Honestly, it was just, I just got frustrated with my situation. So in trying to get into treatment, I've had parole a few other times, obviously, and getting into treatment at Weber Human Services has never been an issue at all. I get in as quick as I'm willing to put in the effort. This time, however, just getting my first meeting set up, it's a first come, first served basis. And I called every day with the exception of maybe 3 or 4 days out of a 60-day period and had not yet received my intake, because like I said, it's just whoever they answer the phones first for. I got frustrated with it and, so that is what led to my first use. And then obviously after the first use, you know what I mean? You can kind of just find any excuse in the book to do it again after that. So that's kind of what happened. Sorry.
What did it end up? No, I apologize. I spoke over the top of you. So I'm sorry for that.
No worries.
What did your drug use look like? What was so you started, I'm sure slowly, but then it built into something. What did it end up? Were you using every day?
Yeah, so I did abscond for approximately 6 weeks, and during that absconsion, my use definitely went to daily with fentanyl. That was predominantly the only thing that I used. I had used meth a few times during that time, but I am my problem is definitely opiates. So yeah, I was using fentanyl every day during that absconsion period, and I did turn myself in, however. Because I did need it to end. With my medical issues, I mean, absconding is just, it's not something that is easy. So I wanted to address my problems and get this over with.
Right. And then it looks like we have a couple of, they're only pending disciplinaries. But to the extent you feel, so I understand that you have certain rights that you may need to protect, but to the extent that you feel comfortable, do you want to talk to me about what happened? Looks like the first one was possession of drugs or alcohol. It's like it was brew in a cell or a section, and then the second one was let's see, looks like a refusal to do a UA.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. I would like to address those. So on the possession of alcohol, I do live in a dorm situation here in the prison. I didn't ask for that. That's just where they put me, and so that's where I went. There was alcohol being produced in a common area. Now, I'm not going to say that I didn't know about it being made. However, I will say that being a prison inmate, it is in my best interest to not tell on somebody that's doing it, because that could endanger my safety. And so that's why I didn't tell on it. But yes, I did know. But like I said, a dorm situation, you're really kind of in a predicament, because you tell on it, who knows what could happen to you. You don't tell on it, you're getting in trouble. So I actually think that one's going to be dismissed. I did go to IDHO on Sunday. They just haven't put in their decision yet. She didn't find me guilty right on the spot because she was going to look into it. So that's that one. And then my refusal came from, so there's a policy and procedure says that you have 2 hours to produce, which 100% I understand that. I'm not against it in any way. I get how that is. However, due to my health issues, I sometimes have trouble producing a UA on the spot like that, especially if I've just went. There's times with my health where I'm only urinating once or twice a day. So I did ask for more time, but due to it being policy and procedure of 2 hours, they were forced to write me up. So I am in the process of seeing medical about possibly seeing if there's a way to either give me an extension on time or basically validate the use of a catheter in those scenarios so that I'm able to produce. If you look at my history of incarceration, I have never had anything to do with alcohol write-ups, and I have never given a dirty UA while incarcerated. So these are both first-time offenses on both, and I'm hoping once everything gets figured out that they should be dismissed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
What's the biggest change that you've seen in your life most recently? What is it that's changed that's going to allow you to be more successful moving forward?
On parole, I mean, honestly, it's tough to say what the biggest change would be on moving forward. I mean, I guess what I would say to that is that I just need to, like I said before, just be more proactive in letting my PO know, my condition, what I'm going through. I just need to be more proactive in that. I mean, without that, yeah, I'm not going to be successful. Obviously, a board warrant can be issued over any number of things, and that's why it was issued this time, because I failed to basically let my PO know what exactly was going on in my life at any given time. So.
Okay. All right. Is there anything we haven't talked about today? Oh, how's your mental health? Any issues there?
I am on mental health medication. However, at this current time, I'm doing pretty good. After my accident where I ended up with the ileostomy, that really it honestly affected my mental health more than it affected me physically, even though I'm physically changed for the rest of my life. I mean, I don't know if you know anything about ostomies, colostomy, ileostomy, urostomy, they're all pretty terrible. They are pretty detrimental to one's mental health. As well as change you physically.
Okay.
But yeah, it's okay now.
What are you being treated for?
I'm being treated for bipolar, high anxiety, and mild schizophrenia and PTSD.
All right. Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss, or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
No, just I guess on the last time, on a personal note, I do feel a termination would make me more successful in life. However, again, I do respect the board's decision, whatever that may be.
Do you have a way of traveling to Washington or Montana?
Oh yeah, I would just take the bus if I had to. But yeah, my family would definitely help to get me out of here. They just aren't willing to take me on parole. They need that out of the picture.
Gotcha.
And that also, you know, for me to show them some treatment. But yeah, they'd be more than happy to pay for me to get out of here.
All right. And do you have treatment lined up in either Montana or Washington?
I'm not sure where Odyssey House has buildings all at, so that is something that I would just get lined up once I see my date, if a move out of state was what was going to happen. That's the agreement I have with my family. So I would have to have something lined up out there, which I would very easily be able to do, I'm sure.
All right. And I mean, we have a expiration date of 2037.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't make any predictions as to what the board's going to do. I'm just gathering as much information as I can.
Sure.
All right. So after today, I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their final decision. They post it online. They send you a letter in the mail. So you can wait for that letter or find out by talking to people on the outside who can look it up on the internet and let you know what that decision is. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
On record.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Rusty Clark. Mr. Clark's defendant number is 141830. He is not present in the hearing room today. With me is Ms. Conyers, representation of Mr. Clark, and Agent Aubrey on behalf of APMP. Mr. Clark is facing felony charges in case ending 2261. At least some of those allegations, or some of those. Looks like there was a case resolved in 028 the no contest plea to a Class B misdemeanor that's unrelated to the allegations. But the criminal charges in 2261 are related to the three of the allegations. So I'll take judicial notice of the pending charges there. With that, Ms. Conyers, have you been authorized to enter pleas in this case?
So I did speak with Mr. Clark on Monday, and we talked about the possibility he wouldn't be here. He's asked me to enter denials on his behalf at this time and to make a motion to continue for 60 days so that he can resolve those pending charges. I did let him know once he's done with that to write a letter to the board so we can put him back on the calendar.
Perfect. Agent Aubrey, any issues with that?
No issues with that.
Okay. All right, I'll take judicial notice of the new conviction and then the pending charges. I'll note the denials. Find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set this for a paper review at the end of 60 days with the acknowledgement that Mr. Clark has been advised to let us know if that happens. If it gets resolved sooner, to let us know. And with that, we'll conclude the hearing.
Great. And I think that's it for you, Micah.
That's my last one, so.
Great. Well, then we'll see you next week.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Any other drug or alcohol use?
No.
How were you arrested?
Marshals?
Okay, no additional charges or anything?
No.
Okay.
No.
And you were out for what, just under a month?
Yes, sadly.
So you originally had paroled to a girlfriend's house, and then that environment wasn't what you expected?
No, it was not.
What was going on there?
The whole entire complex was just, I mean, nothing but drug addicts. I don't know how it is now, but when I was there,
Okay.
nothing but addicts. And so that's one of the main reasons, just the environment that I was around wasn't very healthy.
Okay. Did you start using almost immediately then?
Not almost immediately, probably about 2-3 days after I was out.
Okay.
So kind of, yes, but not like the first day.
Okay. Any gang involvement?
No.
How's your mental health? Any history of diagnosis there of anxiety, depression, PTSD, anything like that?
I'm currently on anxiety medications.
Okay.
That's from being in prison for 3 years. For about 2.5. Basically my first go around.
Okay. When you're out on the streets and stuff, are there any issues or?
In stores sometimes.
You take meds when you're outside?
Yes, I mainly try to do my medical marijuana card.
Okay.
I did have that.
Okay.
So.
How's your physical health?
Good.
Nothing that keeps you from being able to work or get to where you need to? You're
No.
pretty. Okay.
No. Like I said, I have an appointment lined up. Friend of my girlfriend's it's the basically boyfriend of the same friend that works at Odyssey. He works construction and he's willing to put me on.
Okay. Have you done construction work in the past?
Huh?
Have you done construction work in the past?
Yes, it's excavation. So I've done it. I was working at American Fork at that time for excavation, just laying pipe. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's nothing new to you then?
No. Nope.
So what's going to be different this time around? We've done this 4 times, right?
Honestly, my actions are going to speak louder than my words. I can sit here and tell you what's going to be different. I mean, definitely better environment. I got a job lined up, and as far as treatment goes, like I said, I'm looking into outpatient.
Okay.
There is an inpatient possibility if the board asks that of me. I'm just kind of, as far as treatment, waiting to see what I need to do.
Okay.
But like I said, my actions are going to speak louder than my words. So, but I would like another chance on parole.
When was your last substance use assessment, do you know? Were you out long enough last time to have one done?
No, I set up an appointment.
Okay.
But I was using and would miss the appointments.
Okay.
So, but like I said, I plan on going to Salt Lake Behavioral Health, or I can't remember the one that's in West Jordan. I know of one that's kind of closer to Murray, where I'm going to be residing. So,
was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
nope. Like I said, my actions are going to speak louder than my words. So,
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Connors, just one question. I assume your recommendation was credit with time served.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Connors?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Agent Dalton, anything you'd like to add?
No, nothing else from us.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hutchison, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1 and 2. With that, I'll recommend that your parole date of June 11, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know how this is going to work. I'll write a report summarizing our conversation. That report will include Agent Dalton's recommendation, as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. Could take a few weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. So if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted there, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, and now I just have one question with the recommendation of Dalton. So the 180 days and then the first 80 on ankle monitor? Did I
First
hear that
90.
correct?
First 90.
First 90?
Yep.
Okay, I just didn't understand that.
Yeah, so his recommendation is that you serve 180 days, and then once you're granted parole, that you do the first 90 days on parole with GPS.
Oh, okay.
So,
Gotcha.
okay. Good question. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Zachary Dinkle, offender number 204710. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Aubrey. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Dinkle, Agent Aubrey, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Dinkle, can you raise your right hand as well?
Sorry.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dinkle, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Connors, it looks like we do have a pending case number 241902390, with court scheduled October 29th. How would you like to proceed?
That's right. And so we did talk about this on Monday. We'd like to enter denials at this time and motion to continue from 90 days is how long we think we need.
All right. Agent Aubrey, any objection?
No objection to that.
Okay. What I'll do today, Mr. Dinkle, is I'll enter denials as a placeholder. I'll recommend a paper review in about 90 days. If for some reason this case gets resolved prior to that, please let us know by writing us a letter, and then we'll try to get you back on a calendar sooner than later, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Questions or anything from anybody?
No.
Nope.
All right. That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Ms. Alexa Wells, offender number 232200. Is that you?
Yes.
Ms. Wells, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Brands. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Wells, Agent Brands, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Ms. Wells, you as well.
Okay.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wells, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
I'll note for the record that I believe you were handed a document just prior to coming on the record that was from the Reentry and Rehabilitation Division. Did you receive a copy of that?
Yes.
Okay. Agent Brands, I don't know if you've seen that. It looks like it was emailed to Agent Brevedel. What it is, it's a letter from the intergenerational coordinator making a recommendation that Ms. Wells be paroled as soon as possible. That's the very short of it. It's about a page long, so without going into all the specifics. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed today?
Well, so to the allegations 2 through 4, they have not been filed. I don't know if the agent has any updates on that. I was hoping to move forward. We are entering denials on 2 through 4 and 8 and 9. I was hoping AP&P would strike those so that we can move forward with Ms. Wells, specifically given her condition and the letter about House of Hope and her opportunity to go there. But that's where we're at. If she would admit 1, 2, and then 5 through 7. And then again, denials on 2 through 4 and 8 and 9.
Agent Brands, do you know if charges are still being screened or going to be filed or what the status is of that? Sorry, can't hear you. Doesn't look like you're on mute, but we're not able to hear you. No. You might have to change the source of your microphone, that down there on the bottom by the mute. Still nothing. There we go.
Now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. So I did talk to the county attorney, and he did say he is going to file for Class A 1 count of obstruction to justice.
Okay.
So they are still filing that. So we were asking for a continuance.
Do you have a timeline on that by any chance? I feel like everyone's been, a lot of DAs have been dragging their feet on these lately. If it's communicated to them that, you know, this is the only thing she's waiting for to address these charges and a bed waiting for her at House of Hope, I wonder if they would file quicker?
Yes, so I did talk to him yesterday, and he told me he was going to file them today.
Do you know who it was?
Yes, it's James. Let me see. Is it James Swink?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I just have a question, because I expirate in December.
Right.
So
1 second, Ms. Wells I'll address that. Ms. Conyers, does that change any of your pleas or?
No.
Same, okay. All right. What would your recommendation be, Ms. Conyers?
Well,
AP&P, I know, is asking for a continuance.
yeah, my recommendation is I'd like to see her move forward. This is a unique situation. And so I'd like it to be treated as a unique situation, which Ms. Wells has a very young infant and then a very young child. And it sounds like there have been some issues there that she needs to address. She does have an opportunity to take a bed at House of Hope, which I think everyone here is familiar with, is a fantastic program. They would be able to help supervise and help her provide not only resources, but also, care to a certain extent in that program for her and her children. So I'm hoping that she can take advantage of that with her 2 younger children as soon as possible.
All right. Agent Brands, like I previously stated, I know your recommendation is a continuance. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I turn to Ms. Wells?
I don't think so. Obviously, Agent Prevedel knows a lot more about this case because she's been her agent for a while. And she did insist she wanted a continuance just because she wanted those charges to be adjudicated first.
Sure. Okay. Ms. Wells, I know you had the question about your expiration. I'm going to note the pleas that Ms. Conyers has entered today, and I'll note the recommendations of both Ms. Conyers and Agent Brands. The board will have that, and we'll decide what they want to do. Worst case scenario is that they keep you until you expire. At that point, it would be up to the county. I don't know where the charges are alleged to have occurred. Which county? Weber County?
Weber County.
So it would be up to Weber County to file a detainer if they wanted to transfer you to the jail. Or if they didn't, then you could be released. That's absolutely.
But we're moving forward?
Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to note these pleas, and we'll see how the board wants to move forward. So the board may say, yes, we'll accept these pleas and parole her to House of Hope or terminate her case and then she can go to House of Hope. Or the board may say, no, we're just going to wait and see what happens with these charges, and we're going to hold her until her expiration date. Those are kind of the two situations. I don't know what they're going to do. And so I don't want to tell you what I think they're going to do because frankly, I have no clue, and I don't want to set you up one way or the other. I think that's probably the meanest thing I could do to you is tell you that to say, oh yeah, I think they're going to release you, and then they hold you till you expire.
Yeah.
That would be kind of a mean thing to do. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see what the board wants to do. I don't really want to go into detail on the violations because they do revolve around potential criminal charges. So I'm not going to ask you a whole lot of other questions. It does sound like you do have a plan if the board were to grant some kind of release to go to House of Hope and get reunited with your babies. According to that letter, it looks like DCFS is involved. So I'll note all that, and I'll reference the letter in my filing, and we'll just see how the board wants to move forward. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions about that? I'm sure that's all clear as mud.
How long, is this all gonna take, do you think?
As far as
a solution to the results of all this?
So what'll happen is I'll route my report either today or tomorrow, most likely today. And then the board members will review it, and they should make a decision probably within a week. Okay. It could take a couple of weeks for that decision to get back to you just logistically. But if you have contact with anybody on the outside, they can check the board's website starting middle to end of next week.
Okay.
Your case manager may be willing to check that out, or I don't know. You might have somebody that can look that up and let you know. Otherwise, it may take a week or two before you have a letter in your hand letting you know it was decided.
Okay.
Okay. But hopefully within a couple of weeks, you'll know.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Well, I was going to add, if you're asking how long, if the board decides to wait to see what happens with your court case, it sounds like that could be filed today. And then that's a matter of 3 to 12 months that it would likely take on average to handle this sort of case.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Agent Brands, anything to add?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, then I'll note your pleas, admissions to 1, denials of 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9, as well as admissions to 5, 6, and 7, and we'll see how the board wants to move forward. Okay, Ms. Wells?
Okay.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing from Marissa Polson, offender number 237197. Is that you?
Yes.
Ms. Polson, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see Agent Ward as well as Ms. Conyers. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Polson, Agent Ward, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Ms. Polson, you as well?
Yeah.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Polson, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, so she'll admit on 1 and 2. I think she did already plead guilty on number 4. And I think 3 was stricken for plea. So that's what we'd like to do, is admit 1, 2, and 4, and then strike number 3.
Okay, we also have 5 and 6.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how I missed that. You
5
are
is
just right.
5 is a paraphernalia that I think was part of
Oh,
the
pardon me. Yeah, sorry. 3 through 6 were adjudicated. So, pardon me, I just missed part of my notes. So she pled guilty to the, on number 4, she pled guilty to the failure to stop at the command of a law officer as a Class A misdemeanor. In exchange, they dismissed charges 3, 5, and 6. So we're asking to deny and strike those so that it matches what happened in court.
Okay. Agent Ward, any objection to striking allegations 3, 5, and 6?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
Yes, this was our first attempt at parole. We're asking for 90 days with credit going back to July 9th. So coming up here, we're asking for release at the beginning of October. And then another opportunity at parole. She does want to go into a program, specifically EPIC. She's very clear she does not want to go to Orange Street or to Odyssey House. Sounds like she's already been there. Or another thing oh, pardon me. I think she would do Odyssey House. Another thing she'd consider is sober living with Papillon. So it looks like she's talking to all these programs and trying to find the best fit. So again, EPIC, Odyssey House, or the sober living program with Papillon. And Papillon, of course, has some other resources that they can offer her to help her with her stability. She started on Suboxone about a week before her arrest, and her plan is to continue using Suboxone. Sounds like that's working well for her and can help with her stability and sobriety. So that's where we're at. Thanks.
Agent Ward, your response recommendation?
Yeah, we would agree with the time frame, and also with the residential treatment program. I know Papillon it's not a residential treatment program, but they do offer some things. I would prefer her to get into a residential treatment program. I think EPIC would probably be the best fit for her if she can really push that with her case manager. EPIC has really great resources, and the aftercare once you complete that program would be super beneficial to her. But yeah, it seems like just from the arrest, it seems like her drug use kind of got the best of her. So a residential treatment program would really be in her best interest.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Agent Ward?
No.
All right, Ms. Polson, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations, and then we can work our way forward. It looks like you weren't out very long before you took off.
I was planning on going to do the bridge program to get on Suboxone, and the area of Orange Street was really hard for me because that's where I have used drugs most of my life.
Okay.
And so I relapsed, and I was scared to go back to the center, and I just did not make very good choices at all while I was out continuing on past me leaving Orange Street. I just feel like it would be more beneficial for me to get into a EPIC, which is a residential treatment center. And I feel like the resources with that would really help me with going forward with my life and having a more successful parole. And I am on Suboxone right now. I was able to get on it a week before I got arrested, and I feel like that's going to help benefit me with my parole as well. and continue it to be successful. But I do think that Epic would be a better program for me. I do not feel like I would be successful at Orange Street.
Okay. What conversations, if any, have you had with Epic?
Sorry, I didn't know you were asking me that. So I talked to my case manager. I talked to the person of Epic, like the program director. They said I need a release date, and then they will get me, as soon as I get a release date, I should be able to go in there. So they're just waiting on that. And my case manager, I talked to my case manager, and he's just waiting on my release date as well, and they'll get me my interview and get me in there.
What do you know about the program?
I know that it is residential and they work with mental health as well. I feel like I have a lot of mental health that goes along with my substance abuse that I need to address. Now that I am ready to do that, I feel like that would really help solve a lot of my substance abuse. So they work with both that, and they help with my Suboxone, and they help maintain my Suboxone and get me eventually on Sublocade. You know, they work with all of that area that I need.
Okay. You said you started Suboxone about a week before you were arrested.
Yes.
What drugs were you using while you were out?
I was using heroin, and I was also using meth.
How frequently?
It got pretty frequent to where I was dependent on it, and then I was able to get myself, my mom was able to get me to go into the bridge program and get on Suboxone a week prior before I got arrested, so that it would help me, you know, be more beneficial. Not only like in the prison, it's hard in the prison, but I've been doing so much better that I've been on it. But I do realize I need to evaluate my mental health. I do need help. I do need to address all this. I need help with my stability even after treatment, and Epic is willing to help me get into sober living or just help me with everything that I'm going to need that I know my parents can't help me with. I'm a grown up and I need to learn how to do it on my own.
So tell me, you've referred to your mental health a couple of times. Do you have diagnosis?
Yeah, so I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. From my childhood, I have a lot of trauma that I haven't talked about, and so Epic is willing to, they have therapists there that they're willing to address everything that I'm going to need for the future, and I need to just finally address it and not, you know, substitute it drugs.
Okay. Are you on any medications?
I'm on Suboxone right now, and I'm also on Tegretol.
Okay. And is that for?
Tegretol's for anxiety and bipolar.
Sorry, I'm just taking a couple of notes.
And I'm also on Geodone as well. They just barely put me on Geodone like about a week ago.
What's that for?
It's for more of like night terrors and anxiety as well.
How's your physical health?
It's good.
Good. So you were a fugitive for about 9 months, right?
Yes.
Where were you at during that time?
I was in Salt Lake City, staying in a hotel and just using drugs, and I knew that it was going to be my time to have to come back to prison, and I'm happy that my mom, you know, stepped in and was able to help me get on Suboxone before I did have to come here. And
how were you supporting yourself to pay for the hotel and get the drugs and that kind of thing?
Honestly, I would sell what I had, like possessions that I had, you know, before I had to run out. And I'd ask my mom for money, and that got old, and so it was really hard. It got really to the point where I had nothing left, and that's basically what I had to do to get what I wanted, and yeah.
Okay. No gang involvement?
No.
This was your first parole attempt, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered? I think you've answered all the questions that I have. Is there anything else you want to discuss, Ms. Wilson?
Sorry, what was that?
Is there anything else you want to discuss?
No, just that I feel like Epic or something similar to Epic would be very beneficial, that I don't want to waste Orange Street's time, and I definitely don't feel like it would be beneficial for me. I don't want to come back to prison, and I would feel like I need more residential, and that's a program for me that would be beneficial for me.
Okay. Agent Ward, anything to
add? If Epic doesn't, so the only holdup I could see happening is you have to have a qualifying diagnosis for Epic. I don't know if the prison has one on file, so make sure you sign that release of information so they can see your psych evals. If you can't get into Epic, I suggest Odyssey or 7th Street. Those are both pretty good programs that have a shorter waiting list. I don't know if they'll be able to release you straight from the prison to either one of those programs. So there might be a need for you to come to Orange Street. But if you get here, we have resources to help you bridge that gap before you get to a residential. So give us a chance to work with what we got. But yeah, residential is going to be a good fit for you, and we can help you get there if they don't have a bed for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, Ms. Polson, it sounds like there's a plan in place, and it may include Orange Street for at least for a short period of time. So if it does, don't freak out. Work with it. It won't be permanent. It's just a temporary thing until a bed's available. So hopefully we don't have to cross that bridge, but if we do, just know that it's not going to be forever.
Okay.
What I'll do today is I'm going to accept your admission to allegations 1, 2, and 4. I'll take judicial notice of your new conviction, case number 241908491. I'll note your denials to allegations 3, 5, and 6, and I'll recommend that they be dismissed per stipulated motion. With all that done, I'll recommend that your parole date of October 3rd, 2023 be revoked. What will happen today is I'm going to write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will include Agent Ward's recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. I'll then route that report to the board members. They'll review it and make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. So if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know that they can start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted sometime next week, and then they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Questions about anything?
No, that was it.
All right, anything from anybody?
No, good luck.
Okay,
Thank
that'll
you.
conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone. Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing from Mr. Austin Schmidt, offender number 227359. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. have been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Fairbrother. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
All right. Agent Fairbrother, Mr. Schmidt, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schmidt, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. What we'd like to do is to amend to, it looked like in the report that the agent was willing to admit both or amend both of these two technicals. So assuming that's still the case, he will admit to both of them.
That is the case. Yeah, they're both technicals.
Okay, thank you. So he'll admit to both of those.
And your recommendation?
Yes, our recommendation is that he 180 days and another attempt at parole. He had previously finished Fortitude, so he does not want to return to Fortitude if he's granted the opportunity at parole. He tells me that he can return to live home with his parents, his brother, and his son in a house that they have together. He is in the Suboxone program and will continue with that program. He's also been making good use of his time in custody in the SOLID program. After he's stabilized, he plans to continue working, doing countertops. Sounds like he had that job before and that was going well for him. So that's what his plan is at this point.
Anything else, Ted?
Nope, not right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Fairbrother, your response and recommendation?
Yeah, I agree with 180 days before given another opportunity to parole. I would say the only things to add on to is because of gang involvement, I would add the gang conditions that he put on his parole agreement. As far as that, Mr. Schmidt knew what he needed to do. He's a smart guy. I think he'll have a successful chance if he could just shore up who he's spending time with and, you know, focus on himself.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schmidt, what would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations and then we can move our way forward. What happened there?
I'm made some mistakes, and the people I was hanging around with also things I was, taking part in, and I knew I shouldn't have been doing that, but I made the mistake of doing so. But I've also, while I've been incarcerated this time, I've been working. I'm currently doing my high school diploma right now, and like she said, doing the SOLID program and just trying to learn a couple things before I get out this time.
What's going to be different this time? We've done this 5 times.
Well, this time I'm hopefully not having to go back to the halfway house. I completed it. I did it sober. Not last time, the time before that, I wasn't on the MAP program. I didn't have really anything in place to help me stay sober. Last time I got out, I got on the MAP program immediately, or pretty close to immediately, and it's been working really good. The whole time I was out last time, I stayed sober, and so I think that this time having, that in place to help me be successful, I believe I can do it.
So no drug or alcohol use while you were out?
No.
I can get to the right spot. I can find the right spot. What's your status with SAW?
Say that one more time.
What's your status with SAW? Are you still active?
I am currently still active, yes, sir.
Okay. Any mental health concerns? Any prior history of diagnosis that way?
I've been diagnosed with anxiety. I was currently on my anxiety meds while I was out there as well.
Okay. Is that something you plan on continuing?
Yeah, and unless it doesn't have any like ill side effects, then yeah.
Okay. How long have you been on the meds?
quite a few years now.
Okay.
When,
so yeah,
when I'm
yeah.
out of prison anyway, I'm on them. But when I'm obviously incarcerated, I can't take them. So
Okay. So you're not on your medication right now?
no, it's something they don't give you in prison,
Something.
which you know, the Suboxone actually does help with that as well. So
Okay. Any physical health issues?
no, sir.
You're physically active. You can get where you need to be. You're able to hold a job, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
How long have you been in the solid program?
This whole time, except for when I was in RNO, so I came right out of RNO into solid. I'm not exactly sure the exact date, but it's been about almost 2 months now, a month and a half, give or take.
What are you learning in there?
I'm just learning how to, you know, better handle my anger and, you know, dealing with just different coping mechanisms and stuff like that, you know, different ways to handle like just life without having to, you know, get high. 'Cause that's all I've really known is, you know, get high to deal with my issues.
Okay. So your plan then is to return to your parents' home?
Yes, sir.
What city is that in?
That's in Bluffdale.
Bluffdale. And then it sounds like you've got employment arranged.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
they
what
said
about-
as soon as I was done with sorry about that. They said as soon as I got done with the halfway house, I could go back there. So
Okay.
if I'm not at the halfway house, I can go back to working with them.
Okay. And then if you don't go back to the halfway house, you'll still probably need to get involved in some kind of aftercare follow-up treatment. Do you have any?
Yeah, so when I was out, I actually had just got done, finished with the CCC program at Fortitude. I did the aftercare assessment. They were supposed to email it to my case manager, Mr. Fairbrother, but in the time that I got arrested and when I did it, they hadn't emailed it yet. So, but yeah, I obviously know there's probably something they're going to have me do, whether it be the TRC program or whatever it is.
Okay, you're willing to do whatever that is?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like when you were arrested there at Fortitude, there weren't any other issues or new charges or anything out there that nothing we need to worry about?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Anything you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
I don't think so.
Okay. Agent Fairbrother, anything like that?
No, sir. No, that covers it.
Ms. Conner?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Schmidt, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1 and 2 and treating them as technical violations. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of March 19, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as AP&P's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. Could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. In the meantime, if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know they can start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully by then the decision will be posted online and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on. Okay.
Okay. I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
No problem. Anything from anybody? All right. That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Ryan. Is that how I say your first name?
Yeah.
Ryan Stipe, offender number 198356. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Staber. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Stipe, Agent Staber, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stipe, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, what we'd like to do is he will admit to number one, and we would deny and ask to strike, and it sounds like it's a stipulated motion, number two.
Agent Staber, is that accurate?
It's accurate.
And the reason for that is it appears to be a duplicate, correct?
Yes, he admits to using the substance after his release, not before, which makes it the same as number one.
Okay. Your recommendation, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, what we're asking for is that he only has 10 months until he expires, so he wants to terminate. Unfortunately, he would love to do more while he's in custody, but he can't do too much because he's in max. He can't do the drug classes he wants. But after he terminates, he plans to go and help his uncle, who is getting older. Although there are some other people who can help his uncle, he, with his current situation, has more time and availability to help his uncle, and it sounds like they're pretty close. So after he terminates, that is his plan and his priority.
Okay.
And that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Agent Staber, your response recommendation?
If Mr. Stipe wishes to terminate from prison, that is fine by AP&P.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
There is not.
All right, Mr. Stipe, what would you like me to know? Tell me about the violation and then we'll work our way forward. What happened there?
Yeah, I screwed up, I had a doctor's appointment, scheduled, and I screwed up, I should have waited, but instead I ended up using some Suboxone before my appointment, and I should have just waited, but I didn't, and I learned from it, and here now, so I got 10 months left, and so it's like 11 or 12 or something like that.
You were only out a couple of days, correct?
Yeah, I was out like 6 days.
Okay. Any other drug or alcohol use while you were out?
No, it was just that Suboxone.
What's your status with SAW? Are you still active?
Yes.
Is that the reason why you're in max?
No, the reason why I'm in max is because like 2 times ago when I was in prison, I got a bunch of write-ups, and then my points haven't been able to fall off since.
Okay.
They've slowly been falling off. My last write-up was in like February of last year. So I haven't been getting in any trouble. Like I've been trying to stay out of trouble. Like they just started a class. It was supposed to be yesterday, but they rescheduled it for today. I'll probably go to it right after this, but I think it's like victim impact or something. I can't really do all the programming that you guys wanted me to do, but it's one class that I don't know if you guys will look at it or not, but I'm trying to do something,
Okay. So it just sounds like that you're in max because of an old issues and your points haven't dropped yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Any mental health concerns, any prior history of like anxiety, depression, anything like that?
Yeah, I do have anxiety and stuff like that, but
Are you on any medications currently?
Yeah, I'm on two medications here, you know, and typically when I'm on the street, I do get on Suboxone and Adderall too, you know, so.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Great.
Great. So it sounds like you plan on living with your uncle. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What city does he live in?
West Valley.
West Valley? Do you have employment arranged?
So yeah, I got a couple of different opportunities. I might go back to Hughes Construction. I was working there for a few months, like 6-7 months, and it was just, it interfered with everything I had to do with parole, you know, because I always had to go to class or therapy or groups and stuff, and so I ended up losing my job kind of because I was on parole, you know.
Okay.
And so if I'm not on parole, then I'm gonna go somewhere like there where I can make like $27 an hour to start, you know, and go back to laying pipe and just, you know, try to rebuild my life, you know.
So, and I guess that kind of brings us to the big question. If the board doesn't want to do a termination and they want to give you another parole, are you willing to sign a new parole agreement or would you refuse?
I mean, I'm willing to do whatever I have to do, you know.
Okay.
I just feel like for me, like, this is like my 4th violation. I came back on no new charges, you know. I haven't brought back no new cases, and I'm not trying to like be like, no, I won't do your parole or nothing, you know. I'm just saying I feel like I would benefit more if I didn't have, you know, parole, because I feel like sometimes it holds me back in a sense, like, because I got all this other stuff I got to worry about, and it's so much added stress and all that, you know. But like at the same time, if I have to do a parole, then I'll do what I gotta do, you know. And
Okay. No, and I just asked that question just so we're not wasting each other's time, right? Like if you're adamant that no, I'm not going to sign a parole agreement, then I let the board know, hey, he's not willing to do it. And if you are, then, you know, doesn't mean they won't do a termination. I just like to make sure we have a plan B.
yeah, no, I would rather a termination, you know, because I
Right.
feel like it would be more beneficial for me and like stuff like that. But at the same time, if I have to do a parole, you know, I'll do what I have to do, you know.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Agent Staber, anything to add?
No, sir.
Ms. Conyers?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stipe, what I'll do today is I'll accept your admission to allegation 1. I'll note your denial to allegation 2, and I'll recommend that it be dismissed per stipulation. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know how things are going to work. I'll write a report. That report will include AP&P's recommendation as well as your attorney's recommendation.
Okay.
Board members will review it and they'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a few weeks for that notice to work its way back to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with anybody on the outside, let them know that they can check the board's website beginning next week. Hopefully by then the decision will be posted there and then they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, anything from anybody? Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Aaron Pasley, offender number 211278. Is that you, sir?
Correct.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. Can you see her?
Yes.
All right, we don't have an agent from APMP logged in. If one joins us, then we'll bring them up to speed. Now, Mr. Pasley, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney earlier this week?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
I am.
All right. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. We did meet on Monday and we had a good conversation. What we'd like to do is he will admit to all three of the allegations.
Okay. Any recommendation?
Yes, we are asking for 180 days and for with credit going back to June 26th and another opportunity at parole. One thing that it sounds like he has a lot of plans, so let me take a minute to discuss those. When we talked about what would be different this go around, he tells me that his son's mother just passed away, and so caring for his son is really, and providing him the parental care he needs is really his top priority. His son is currently in California living with his aunt. He's also really concerned about his mother, and that may be just as high of a priority for him. His mother is having medical issues and needs him at home to help her not only provide for her physical needs that she has and the help that she needs, but also financially. She lost her job and it sounds like she's not very employable. But he has the ability to get a job and provide for both her financial and physical needs as well. So he wants to do whatever he can to help his mom. To that end, he has 2 jobs lined up already. One is with home construction, specifically doing flooring and plaster. Otherwise, he's looking at doing some mining work as well. He plans to do treatment at Davis Mental Health. And he has a mentor lined up in Salt Lake City who's going to help him maintain his sobriety and keep doing what he needs to be doing in addition to the accountability that APMP provides. One note, we did see APMP's recommendation for also 180 days with early release to a program. He is okay with that, and he thinks that's a good recommendation, and he's okay with the program so long as he can do a program where he can work simultaneously so he can financially provide for his mom. Thank you.
Agent Sessions, are you here for Mr. Pasley?
I wasn't planning on it, but I will go ahead on the record.
Okay, let me swear you in real quick. You can raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to hear what Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, I was able to hear it and
You're up to speed then?
yeah.
Okay. What's the state's recommendation?
I would go with what's on the report, the 180 days.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. I appreciate you logging in and joining us.
Yeah.
Mr. Pasley?
Yes, sir.
I've talked or heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Tell me about the violations. What led to the absconding and why are we here today?
I made a decision to leave against their recommendation because I was getting kicked out of the First Step house due to an incident that had happened a couple nights prior where an individual had made threats and I threatened him back and he went to the house leader about it. And I wasn't okay with that choice. And plus I had got caught for smoking a cigarette. And at that point I had been in the process of actually getting my work done and focusing on doing what needed to be done to succeed from there. But obviously it didn't happen, so I ran. I know I shouldn't have. However, in the process of me leaving to Nevada, I did get a chance to not on record or LLC wise start a cleaning business with me and my wife. And so we go to people's houses around the town and clean their yards and inside their houses. And I was in the process of legitimizing that, but then I got handcuffed and brought back for my warrant. So here we are today for that purpose.
Were any charges coming from that arrest, or were you just arrested on the warrant?
No, just the warrant.
Okay. And what city was that in?
Battle Mountain, Nevada.
Okay. Do we know if there's any extradition? I wasn't able to locate any agent sessions. Are you aware of anything?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Pasley, I assume there's going to be extradition costs at some point. Are you willing to pay those?
Absolutely.
And you were out there with your wife? Were you out there the whole time you were a fugitive?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where your wife lives?
Yes.
Where's your mother at? I did receive a letter from your mom. I don't know if you've received a copy of that yet or not.
I haven't got a copy of it yet. She's in Layton.
She's in Layton?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use any drugs or alcohol while you were out?
I did a little bit.
Tell me about that.
In the beginning, for like the first 4 or 5 months, I was using methamphetamines every day. And then I started using marijuana to kind of wing me off of that because my business was more important than my drug use. And so I like cut down tremendously to like maybe once a week on that. But I was smoking marijuana every day to maintain myself. And I would drink in the evenings, maybe a can of beer.
Okay. Any gang involvement?
No.
Any mental health concerns? Any prior diagnosis of anything?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I've been diagnosed with PTSD, bipolar, ADHD, mathematical ADD, and depression.
Are you currently on any medications or meeting with mental health providers or anything? You're on medications?
Yeah, I take citalopram and I can't remember the other one.
Okay.
Hydroxyzine.
Okay. Is that something you continue when you're out in the community on the streets?
Yes.
How does the meth use affect that?
Well, I only do that when I can't get my medications.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Physically, overall, I'm in good condition. It's just I have a Baker cyst in the back of my left knee and some issues with my right knee.
But nothing that would keep you from being able to hold a job or get to where you need to go, anything like that?
No.
So what would your plan be then if the board were to grant you another parole?
Honestly, like she said, I have 2 jobs that, well, one is for like almost a guarantee because it's one of my associates. His dad is the owner of the business, and that's the housing job.
Okay.
And so he said he does hire felons, and that he would be also willing to train me if necessary for whatever I didn't know. So I have that to look forward to. And my other friend gave me the number to his boss at the mines at Kennecott. And he told me that more than likely I would be able to get hired like within like 30 days if everything went well.
Okay. And where would you reside?
I would reside at my mother's house in Layton. It's like maybe like walking, it'll take me like literally 15 to 20 minutes to get to Davis Behavioral Health.
Okay.
And right there, I can get any classes that I need to get. They helped me get my medications last time, and Voc Rehab is a 15-minute bus ride from there.
Okay. So what's gonna stop you from taking off and going back to Nevada to be with your wife?
My mother.
Well, that didn't stop you this last time. What was different then?
Well, she was working and her health was okay then.
Okay.
And honestly, I've been talking with my wife, and because her situation right now is her mother, because her mother has cancer, which they said they got rid of everything, but yesterday they were at the hospital to run a stress test to see if she needed more stents in her heart. And so we're trying to see how that's going, because she's the only one working at the house. So she needs to help her out there. So like we're both in a situation where our mother's is first hand priority to getting everything on track. And we both understand that, and we're both okay with our situations. We already told her, like, I'm not gonna run. I'm gonna make sure that I stay legit on my parole and do whatever they need me to do in order to be able to help my mom maintain her apartment and get everything that she needs. Cause she's not computer literate. So like, I have to help her with some things that she needs to get done on her phone or whatever. And yeah.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
Me?
Yes, sir.
Honestly, outside of that, like she said, my son's mom just passed away, so he's out there in California at his aunt's house, her sister, and he
How
told
old is
me he's 17. He
Okay.
told me he wanted to finish his last year of school, so he's gonna stay out there with her for this year until he finishes, graduates. So I'm okay with that. So that takes a load off my plate as far as that goes. So outside of that, it's just, like I said, my mom is my main priority.
All right. Thank you. Agent Sessions, anything you'd like to add?
No.
Ms. Conyers?
Nope, nothing. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pasley, I'll accept your admissions and allegations 1 through 3. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of April 4, 2023 be revoked. You've been through this process. You know how it's going to work. I'll write a report summarizing the conversation we've had. That report will include your council's recommendation, as well as board members will review it and make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a few weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. In the meantime, if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know they can start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully by then the decision will be posted there and they can let you know what was decided so you're not waiting around, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything from anybody?
Nope.
Well, thank you.
I'd like to just say, like, I usually don't go through this process. I usually just sign my waiver, but like I said, the circumstances is different because my mom is in like need. So I know you guys come together to make a decision and everything. All I'm asking is that you could take my mom's health into consideration, because like that's the only thing that's important to me. Like, if whatever I need to sign or be added to the parole conditions necessary for me to be able, even if I got to go to the halfway house, like, whatever, to finish my time, however it's decided, I'm fine with. I'll sign whatever, and I'll do whatever you guys need me to do.
Okay. I'll note that in my report. I appreciate it. Okay, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
On record. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Caden Bond, offender number 256770. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Sessions. Can you see each of them?
Yes, I can.
All right. Mr. Bond, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record, Agent Sessions has previously been placed under oath and remains under the same obligation. Mr. Bond, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, I am.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. What I'd like to do, I did speak with Mr. Bone on Monday. He will admit to all three of the allegations listed.
All right, and your recommendation?
Yeah, it's basically an immediate release. We were going to ask for 90 days. He's already been in custody as of next week, 120. So basically an immediate release and another opportunity at parole. This was his first attempt at parole. He has been working to try and set up some treatment at the Utah Addiction Center in Eagle Mountain. They'll be able to help him get set up with not only treatment, but also other resources like work and maybe a place to be. He plans to do warehouse work. He also plans to pursue a certificate in welding. So it sounds like he's very employable, has the right attitude to be successful this go around. That's all for now.
Thank you. Agent Sessions, your response and recommendation?
Yeah, I would like to recommend either halfway house or residential treatment with 90 days of an ankle monitor. That's our recommendation. I was kind of curious to see why he had left treatment in the first place.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get to that.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to add, Agent
No,
Sessions?
that'll be it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bone, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations, and then we'll work our way forward.
Okay.
What happened?
With the violation, domestic violence courses, I just wasn't able to get that set up at the treatment center that I was at originally at Odyssey House. And then the reason why I walked away is I was having problems with some other clients. Almost got in a couple fights with them. And didn't want to take a chance to get any like new charges or anything with all that. So I felt like in my best interest, it would be better for me to walk away from there and come back and whatnot. And then and then when I walked away, I ended up going to stay somewhere where I wasn't supposed to. Well, not supposed to, but I didn't have it approved through AP&P.
Where did you go?
My parents.
Why didn't you get it approved? Why didn't you call Agent Sessions and say, this is what's going on, I need some help?
Because I didn't think about it. I was being young and stupid.
How long were you were gone? What, about 2-3 weeks before you were arrested?
I was gone for about 13 days before I turned myself into Davis County.
Okay, you turned yourself in?
Yes.
That was going to be my next question. So then I assume there are not any charges or anything that we need to worry about out there.
No.
Okay. Any drug or alcohol use while you were on parole?
No.
Any gang involvement?
No.
Any mental health diagnosis?
No,
How's your physical health?
it's good.
Nothing that keeps you from being able to work, to hold employment, to get around, those kinds of things?
No,
Okay. And then your plan moving forward, sounds like what do you know about the Utah Addiction Center?
well, from just word of mouth type stuff. I've had a person that I was locked up with here that has been to it and said that it's a really good program. The people there treat you with really good respect, and they do things more than just sitting and they program, yes, but they also do go out to the community and do things to try to reinvent people into this community versus just keeping them in a house.
Is it a residential program, sober living, outpatient? What type of program?
So it's a residential treatment.
And do you have a better range? Do you have like
Not,
with that?
not yet. I am still working at that. The person that I'm supposed to call on Monday, but they transferred me down here to Beaver County, and I haven't been able to make contact with them yet.
Okay. Do you have a plan B if for some reason that falls through?
Probably just a halfway house program.
Okay. All right. So what's going to stop you from taking off again?
Knowing that I need to be there for my family and my nieces and nephews, they want me to be home.
So, I mean, one thing to remember is AP&P is there to help you out.
Yeah.
You know, Agent Sessions and his coworkers, they can do a lot for you if you're straight up and honest with them.
Okay.
If you take off and run, then there's nothing they can do for you except request a warrant. So running's about the worst thing you can do. Even if you screw up, if you go in there and own it, doesn't mean there won't be consequences, but he has a lot of options on what those consequences can be unless you take off.
Yeah.
So
it's first time on parole. I didn't know. I've never really dealt with AP&P. So last time I dealt with AP&P, I was on probation, and that didn't work out for me. I had prison time.
well, you know, if like I say, you got to make Agent Sessions your friend and not an adversary. You know, he's someone who can help you out if you're willing to do the work. He's not going to do anything, not going to do everything for you, but if you're willing to do the work, he can help you out.
Okay.
Yeah, I promise I won't bite.
Yeah. And unless you're Ron, then he's going to bite, and it's going to bite with a warrant. So, anything else you'd like to discuss, Mr. Vaughn, that we haven't just covered?
No, that's everything.
Okay. Agent Sessions, anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, and I apologize that I dropped off for a second. My phone died, but nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right, what I'll do today is I'll accept your admissions, allegations 1, 2, and 3. I'll recommend your parole date of March 12, 2024 be revoked. This is your first time through the parole violation process, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let me give you a roadmap on what to expect. I'm going to write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will include Agent Sessions' recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will review it and they'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way to you. So even if they do an immediate parole, that's not like tomorrow. It still takes a couple of weeks logistically. If you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can let them know they can start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully, decision will be posted there by then, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right, anything from anybody?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Robert Tubbs, offender number 75833. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you, so before we start, I do need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, I saw you met with Ms. Conyers. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yeah, I thought my hearing was for the 19th though.
Nope, we have you scheduled for today. I did not notice any changes. Because those days we do different types of hearings. So we do parole violations on Wednesdays. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet you received is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. And we have one allegation. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegation?
No.
Ms. Conyers, you're muted.
Thanks, everyone. Mr. Tubbs, just one moment, and I'm going to let the hearing officer know what we discussed. So we will waive the reading, and he will admit to the sole allegation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tubbs, based off of your admission to the allegation, I am going to recommend the board revoke your May 15th, 2018 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. We're asking for 90 days and another attempt at parole, returning back to Nuke. Once he's there at Nuke and stabilized, he hopes to get a job back that he found at his last parole working with Al-Anon. It doesn't pay a lot, but it was a good job and something that he was looking forward to doing. He also hopes to, once he's stabilized, look into a low-income senior living, a 55-plus place. It used to be called Point Hotel, but he thinks it's named something else now. So he's going to look for that sort of housing in Salt Lake City. If he needs any aftercare, which it looks like he maybe does, he'll do that at Alpha. So he has all the right plans and a determination to be more successful on parole this go around. We did have only one question, which was, and I don't know how to answer this, so I thought I'd pose it to you, is he has quite a bit of outstanding debt through the board and otherwise, and he's wondering if there's anything that can be done about waiving some of it or reducing some of that.
I know in regards to at least fees, he can request to sign a waiver and see if APMP or the Department of Corrections would be willing to waive the fees. If there's restitution, that's a different story, but it looks like he does owe a significant amount of fees. So, Mr. Tubbs, when you're released, if the board grants you a date, I would just approach your agent and ask if you could sign a waiver.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Conyers?
No, that's all for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to note at this time, APMP has not appeared. Mr. Tubbs, I'm just going to briefly go over a few things that was in this PC statement from APMP. It shows that while you were at Nuke, an officer was doing a security check, walking through the rooms and saw you and another resident. The other resident was, let's see, dressed in female clothing. The other resident was kneeling in front and over your lap and performing fellatio on you. The agent entered, or the officer entered the room, startling you two, engaged in the act. You were separated. You stated, after pill line, I went back to my room. Smith was lying in the bed in female clothing. He got up, pretended he was a bank teller. He began to touch me and asked if I was there to make a deposit. Tubbs went on to state Smith was rubbing my inner thigh and chest. Mr. Tubbs admitted that Mr. Smith was also touching his genitals and that the two of them were engaged in similar sexual behavior on previous occasions. Officer Jensen then asked Mr. Tubbs if he was being forced or coerced to participate in the sexual acts. Mr. Tubbs responded saying, no, it was all consensual. What do you want to tell me about what happened that night?
Well, I'm 73, almost 73 years old, and I was flattered that I was found attractive. I kind of gave in to the idea that I was found attractive.
Okay. And I see that you've been on parole 3 times, so I know you're aware of the things that you're expected to do in the rules of nuke.
Right.
Why did you feel the need to do this with inside the correctional center?
Well, it had been a long time since I felt like I was desirable to anybody, and I really kind of lost sight of the big picture at that moment and gave into the moment. I knew it was wrong, and I lost sight of the big picture at that time.
Okay, now APMP did note that the other resident that was involved in this incident was cognitively impaired, 30 years younger than you, and also was more submissive. So they did bring up the question of whether or not you had some part in coercing this individual into doing this.
I don't believe that that's the case.
Okay.
He's not that cognitively, I mean, he lives on his own. He's not in any kind of group home or anything like that. He takes care of himself. He's self-sufficient.
Okay, and somewhere it says in the report that this isn't the first time that you two have been engaged in sexual contact. How many times have you been involved in this kind of contact with this individual?
Once or twice.
Okay. Was this at the center both times?
Once was, another time was out in away from the center.
Okay. Okay, so like I said before, this was your 3rd parole attempt. You are a life top, so why should the board consider you for a release?
Pardon?
Why should the board give you another parole date?
Well, because I think I can be successful this time. And I mean, I've been in the public quite a bit and been successful. I mean, the paroles violations I've had have been technical violations and have not been new crimes or anything of criminal nature. And so I don't think I pose a threat to the public at all.
And your attorney recommended, if you are released, to release you back to nuke if APMP will accept you back. How are you going to avoid breaking the rules? I know once you get there, you're given all the rules of the center, yet in this instance, you chose with another resident to break those rules. So how are you going to do it differently?
Well, I think I have a little bit more resolve this time, and I have more self-control now.
Okay, why is it different now?
Well, This is the first time I've really been sent back from a halfway house environment. And I think I have a better understanding of what it takes this time to get through it.
Okay. Now, let's talk about treatment a little bit. APNP stated that Mr. Tubbs has been participating well in residential sex offender treatment at Nuke. However, due to the deep-seated nature of his criminal cognition and beliefs and the number of both criminal and sexual risk factors needing to be addressed, his progress in the program was prolonged. He's passed maintenance polygraph on June 1st after initially failing a similar exam a month or so prior. He was at a clinical level 4 in the program and was active and regular participant in both of his individual and group sessions. However, giving his sexual acting out within the Nuke facility, his true progress towards lasting positive change is questionable at best. How do you feel you were doing in treatment?
I think I was doing okay. The problem I had was finding a job, and I'd have been out of there a lot sooner if I'd have been able to find good employment. But there's a lot of things against me. I have, physical disability because I don't walk very well, and my ability to lift things and stand at long periods of time was against me, and my age was against me, and I just barely had found the job. I'd been at the job for maybe 2.5 months. If I'd have found a job earlier, I'd have been out of the Nuke months and months before that.
How long were you there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. So that's kind of concerning because you've been there 2 years, you would know what the rules of the program are within Nuke.
Yes.
So if you were approached by someone within the facility again, how are you going to resist that temptation to involve yourself in sexual contact?
I'd flat out tell them no. If it was my roommate, I'd probably ask my caseworker to move me to another room.
Okay, so your attorney did say you were working part-time for Al-Anon.
Yes.
And you want to try to go back there?
Yep.
Okay. And then, were you already involved in treatment through Alpha, or was it
Yes.
just through Nuke? Okay. So, back to Alpha. And then, are you wanting to go to Nuke more for stabilization?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Yeah.
Okay. And then since you've been back, have you in prison, have you reached out to mental health at all?
No, I don't think I need any mental health issues. I deal with depression pretty well.
Okay. Are you on any medication for mental health?
No.
Okay. Now, you did mention earlier that one of the barriers to you getting a job was you had trouble walking, can't lift heavy things. Is there anything that you want the board to be aware of in regards to any physical problems that you're having?
Just what I stated before. I think I'll be all right once I get out there.
Okay. Now, have you participated in any treatment since you've returned to prison?
No.
Any classes or tablet?
No. Well, one thing on the tablets they have is they have access to these TED Talks.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sure you're aware what they are. And those have been really quite interesting and uplifting. I've listened to those quite a bit, and I like those. I think when I get out, I'll try and access those whenever I can. I guess there's probably thousands of those out there, and
yeah,
I like them. They're pretty cool.
Okay. So if the board did order you to complete sex offender treatment in the community besides aftercare, what are your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't have any problem doing like the program at Nuke or something like that. I wouldn't have any problem with that. Wouldn't bother me a bit. I mean, I don't know what benefit it might be, but I don't have any problem doing it. It's not doesn't present any difficulty for me.
All right. So in the comments from APNP in regards to treatment taking so long, why do you think it took so long to get through it?
Well, it wasn't the problem that it was taking long to get through it. It was the problem that I was just in it because I was having a trouble getting a job. And that's why I was just still in the program. I could have gotten out of it anytime if I'd have got a job and had employment. I could have got out anytime.
So you didn't think any of the stuff with, let's see, the APNP said that it was taking longer because just of your criminal cognition and beliefs and your sexual risk factors. You didn't think that those were slowing you down in the program at all?
No, the real problem was the fact that I didn't have the money to pay for a polygraph and I didn't have a job. And if I'd had a job, I would have got out a lot sooner. That was the biggest thing, just trying to having the money to find a place to get out.
Okay. Now, if you were released onto field supervision in the community, what kind of support system do you have?
Well, I have I have a brother who lives in Salt Lake. I have a sister who lives in Ogden, and I have quite a number of good friends, in the community in Salt Lake that I would be able to rely on.
Okay. And if by chance you notice yourself going into cycle and thinking about acting out sexually in a way that's not approved or acceptable for your parole agreement, how do you think that you'd be able to deal with that?
Well, when I was out before, I had graduated the aftercare program and I stayed with Alpha. If you finish the aftercare, you're able to continue going to group gratis. And I kept going to that because I felt like that was a good way to stay in touch with everything. And so that would be my plan, is to continue going to group and keep all those things fresh in mind.
Okay. Almost as maintenance? Just to keep things in the forefront of your head?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if I have anything else. So, sir, you've been through this a few times. I don't know if the board is going to keep you in custody based off of this allegation, or if they're going to grant you another parole date. You'll find out probably in the next 7 to 10 days. When the board makes their decision, just like before, they'll send you a copy of it. It'll come either through your caseworker or through inmate mail. And at that time, you'll find out if you do get to have another release. You'll find out if you're going to a community correctional center or if you're being released on field supervision, and also any other special conditions of parole. So at this time, do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing. Sir, I wish you luck. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Lucer, offender number 181864. Is that you, sir? Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Adams. So before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers? Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet? Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we do have 5 allegations, but before we start, I am going to note a pending case. It's case number 241907954, property damage destruction, third-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 2 on the warrant. Robbery, second-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 1. And failed to stop or respond to command of police, third-degree felony. It's attached to allegation number 3 on the warrant. Looks like you have a preliminary hearing set for October 8th. So, like I said, we have those 5 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations, and our motion would be to continue this for 60 days.
Okay. Do you want to enter any pleas at this time on his behalf?
Yes, thank you. We'll enter denials for now, and then ask to continue for 60 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Adams, is there anything that you want to add?
No, ma'am. I would just review just want to let the board know I will review the current warrant and probably amend it to reflect the new charges.
Okay. Okay, sir. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to stop the hearing now. Let the board know about this pending case and that your attorneys entered denials on your behalf and requested a continuance. What the board will do is most likely is continue the hearing and just have us do what's called paper reviews in the office to check the status of how it's going through the courts. Once the case is adjudicated in court, either dismissed or you're sentenced, then we'll schedule you for another hearing and you can come back and we'll pick up where we left off. The only thing we ask from you at this point is if you could send us a letter once this case is done. Like I said, we'll track it, but you'll be the first one to find out. You'll be there. So just shoot us a letter and then it helps us get you back here faster. Okay? Do you have any questions for me at this point? Okay, so at this time, we'll conclude the hearing and sorry, I wish you luck in court. Thank you.
Good luck, Mr. Lucer.
Thanks. We'll see you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Benny Walker, offender number 154132. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Johnson, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days rent notice of today's hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I do want to take note of a pending case, case number 241-000-511, domestic violence assault, Class B misdemeanor. It is attached to allegation number 1. It looks like you have a pretrial conference set for October 2nd. So, like I said, you have one allegation. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegation?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. We'd like to enter denials at this time, and then we would like to continue based on some pending charges. Court is on October 2nd, so for 30 days.
Okay. Agent Johnson, is there anything you want to add?
I would like to ask what court case number you're looking at because I was unable to find anything.
Oh, I have 241-000-511. Is that what you have, Ms. Conyers?
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
I don't need to add anything. That works fine
All
for
right.
me.
Thanks, Agent.
Okay, so Mr. Walker, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to stop the hearing now. Go back to the board, notify them that there is a pending case that's associated with this sole allegation on your warrant. In the next, and also let them know that your attorney's entered a denial on that allegation on your behalf and requested a continuance for 30 days. What we'll do is the board will most likely continue this hearing pending adjudication of that case. We will track it in the office, but one thing we do like to ask is once you go to court, if your charge is dismissed or if you're sentenced on it, please send us a letter because we do track it, but you'll be the first one to find out. So please send us a letter, let us know so we can get you back on this calendar and pick up where we left off here today. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, then we'll conclude the hearing and sorry, wish you luck in court. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Bart King, offender number 179286. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Holmes, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I did, Monday, yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did, ma'am.
Okay, and I wanted to ask you, we got some late disclosure from Destiny Teagan. Did you get a copy of that?
I did actually yesterday. Yeah, that's my
Okay.
wife.
Okay, did you have a chance to read through it and everything?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just so you know, everything in the blue packet and in that late disclosure is going to be used for this hearing today. It will also be submitted for the board to review as well. Currently, you have 8 allegations, but before we start, I am going to note 2 pending cases. The first one is case number 241-300-333, DUI, 2 or more priors in 10 years, third-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 1. Alcohol restricted driver, class B misdemeanor. It's attached to allegation 3, and driving on a suspended, revoked, disqualified license for qualifying circumstance, class B misdemeanor. You have a scheduling conference set for October 28th. The other case is case number 241100081, interfering with the peace officer, class B misdemeanor. That one is attached to allegation 7. You have arraignment tomorrow on September 18th. So like I said, we have 8 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. We'd ask to enter denials at this time and to continue for 60 days.
Okay. Okay, Agent Holmes, is there anything that you want to add?
No.
Okay, now I did just have a quick question. Are you aware of any additional charges pending from the domestic violence incident on July 7th?
I'm not.
Okay. All right, so Mr. King, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to stop the hearing now. Go back to the board, let them know that there are 2 pending cases. They're associated with the allegations on your warrant. Your attorney has entered denials on your behalf and requested a continuance. Once your case is adjudicated, if the charges are dismissed or if you're sentenced, we do ask from you to please send us a letter letting us know. We do track what's going on in court in the office, but of course, you'll be there when the case is closed, and so you'll be the first one to find out. So can you send us a letter once you're done with court?
Yes, is that just in a red envelope? Or
You can
straight to
send
the
it
board?
just through inmate mail is fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So at this time, do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we'll conclude the hearing, and sir, I wish you luck in court. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day. Thanks, Agent Holmes.
Agent Holmes, while I have you, can I
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Sergio Tinajero, offender number 208183. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Ray. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Regan?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see your arm. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, on Monday.
And did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing? I saw you got your blue packet.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
did you have a chance to review it?
Yeah, I went through it.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today.
Okay.
So it looks like we have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he will waive formal reading of the allegations. We would like to enter denials at this time. And we're asking, well, actually, sorry, I needed to follow up. So I don't see that there are any pending charges. I needed clarification about whether, on that first allegation, whether they're going to charge. So if we
Agent Ray?
can, agent.
Yeah, I'm covering this for Agent Jorgensen. I mean, as of right now, there is nothing in court exchange.
Right.
But I didn't have enough time to like dig any deeper to see, like contact the county prosecutor or anything like that. I was just asked to cover this just a couple of hours ago, so.
Okay, so no other notes. I mean, that's really problematic because my next question is going to be, are you willing to strike allegation number 1?
Here, hold on a second. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I guess that would mean, okay, he can enter a no contest on number 2.
Okay. Okay, sir, so based off of allegation number 1 being dismissed or stricken and your no contest plea to allegation 2, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your September 5th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. What we're asking for is this was his 5th attempt at parole. We are asking for 90 days going back to, it's been about 2.5 months now. So 90 days and another opportunity at parole. I believe that I'm hoping that he can return to Fortitude to start that. We did have a conversation about him being at Fortitude, and I think that he is a good candidate to return there so that he can get some stability. And then I know that he had earlier had parole to a friend's address. I think once he's at Fortitude, he can work on getting an address and a job and the other things he needs.
Let her finish. Sorry.
So that's what we're asking for right now. And I'm sure he has more information to provide for us. Thanks.
Okay. So before I came back to prison, what I was at the halfway house.
Hold on. I'll let you know, okay? Agent Ray, is there anything that you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, he paroled originally to Foothill and then had some conflict with somebody, some words or whatever. He got discharged from Foothill. Agent Jorgensen and I were able to help him get a bed at Building Beginnings. He was there, he had a few chances. He ended up having some relapses and was then given the opportunity to go to detox, but he couldn't get into detox, and so then he checked himself into the hospital saying that he is suicidal. I know during the course of his parole, he ended up with 1 misdemeanor possession charge, which has already been adjudicated. But and then he never did make it back to Building Beginnings, and we actually arrested him on the street one day when he was in Provo associating with a former parolee. In talking to Agent Jorgensen, he feels like Mr. Tinajero has been given multiple chances at parole, even just on this one time. We would recommend period of time appropriate by the board and a termination. And then I would just add that if the board isn't willing to do a termination, then I would recommend that we add the condition that he complete substance abuse treatment at one of the halfway houses, and I'll submit on that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, sir, now it's your turn. What do you want to tell me?
Okay, so on that, I already completed, I went to the half, every time I get out to the half house,
Mm-hmm.
it always ends up like this. And before I came in, I talked to Corum from Building Beginnings,
Okay.
which is a sober living, and he told me that they were willing to take me back
Okay.
to the half house. Other than that, while I was at the half house, the day I came back,
Mm-hmm.
I stopped because I stopped at UVU and I was attending because I was attending UVU classes, and right now I'm still enrolled in the online classes because I was at the half house and I was gonna only do my generals.
Okay, where is this at? I'm sorry.
UVU, the
At
Youth
UVU,
Laval
okay.
University, because I
Yeah.
got the Pell Grant.
Okay.
And yeah, but the protective order, that one's getting dismissed. I didn't even know I had a protective order on that one. I just want to say that.
You signed it? It was sent to you when you were in the prison back in 2021, but
They say it was expired when I called the court. They told
Okay.
me it had
Well,
expired.
we're not going to talk about that because
Yeah.
the board, I mean,
It's just getting dismissed.
APMP dismissed that. So,
Okay, so I'm not happy about that. So that one I'm just going to say about the school too. Like I want to get the opportunity back to get back to school. I still got the Pell Grant going
Okay.
on. I already talked to Bug Rehab and he says once I get out, my counselor, he's willing to help me. You know, he saw how hard I was trying to do it. I completed Building Beginnings, the IOP.
okay, so you
successfully.
completed outpatient?
Yeah, I got the certificate at my sister's house. But like I said, my therapist said that he's willing to take me back
Okay.
just because he knew I relapsed.
Did you submit a copy of that to APMP so they know you completed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Matt's at the Building Beginnings sent the copy to Dan Jorgensen when I completed it back in June. So Dan knows I completed it.
Okay.
And one last thing I want to know is what happened to my iPhone. It was at the half house and their brother was going through my iPhone. My sister went to pick it up and they don't want to give it to her. And every time we call, we always get cut off. So
Agent Ray, when he's released, who does he contact for that? Do you know?
He said it was at the halfway house?
yeah, so Fair brother
Then
was
he'll have
going
to-
through it.
He'll need to contact the halfway house.
Okay.
I did, but they don't want to talk to me because they shot me in prison. But Fair brother was going through even on the blue packet. It has that he went through it the day after I got arrested.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty sure they have it. So I want somebody else that has more authority than an inmate to contact them and tell them about my phone.
Okay, so the board we're a separate agency.
Yeah.
So we don't get involved in anything, stuff like that. My advice would be, if the board grants you a date and you get out, I would contact them.
Yeah. So
and
other than
find
that,
out.
that's all I had going on before I came in. The day it was just a half hours, and on the protective order, we don't want to talk about it, but it was misunderstanding. She wanted money out of me.
I really,
Yeah,
in
yeah, I
case they
understand.
file charges, this can be used against you.
Yeah, but
So-
I'm just saying, other than that, I was doing good. Like I had everything going for school, which was my main thing, trying to get my associates.
Okay, and what were you studying? Generals or?
Collision repair.
Oh, okay.
My associate's a collision repair, and once completed, I was planning on doing nursing since
Okay.
I got the program for 7 years. So, like I said, Building Beginnings in Spanish food, they want to take me back. I already talked to Corum.
Okay.
He's one of the therapists of the Spanish food sober living. And I'm pretty sure Officer Reagan can talk to them too and verify it.
Okay, so you're planning to do UVU and Building Beginnings. So, although you completed the IOP, it does say in the report, that on July 10th, APMP, while you're at the halfway house, found contraband in the bunk area that you were in. And then, you were removed, obviously unsuccessful from APMP because of the other allegation. But, in regards to having contraband and, what Agent Ray said about, you needing to go to detox, was that before or after you graduated Building Beginnings?
So when I went to detox, it was before I graduated. It was
Okay.
because I had 3 relapses, but every relapse I got up and kept going.
Okay, did you relapse after Building Beginnings?
No.
Okay.
No, so at the half hours, even at the half hours, it says on the report, my UAs were clean. And the contraband that I had was for vaping, because I vape, stop smoking and I'm vaping now, and they can verify too. I had a
Was
juice.
that tobacco or marijuana?
It was just juice, just nicotine in my bunk. But I'm not supposed to have it in the half hours, and I left it in my
Right.
bunk. So that's what the violation was for. Or they gave me a warning, not even a write-up. And as of Saturday, I dropped out of my gang too, so I would like to get out of prison because right now they're trying to get me. There was already an attempt on Monday to get me.
Okay, is that why you're in TRO?
Yeah, I dropped out on Saturday.
Okay.
Because like I said, I'm trying to get back out and just do me.
Okay. So, this was your 5th parole attempt. So considering, what happened this parole and in the 4 previous ones, why should the board grant you a release, if at all?
So I think this time I wouldn't be back if it wasn't for the thing we don't want to talk about. Because to me, it was extortion, because it was the loans I was getting from school. And people feel just because they have my kid that they want to get money out of me, but I'm already paying child support. So we don't want, but other than that, like, I wouldn't be back if it wasn't for that, because I was in school.
Okay.
I was doing the PvP as I was told to. So far, I was about to start my treatment
Okay.
that following week. And the day I came back, I went to take care of my court case, because it's already been a case closed. And I already did my ring for that too, with Dan.
That was the possession?
Yeah, possession of paraphernalia back in December, I
July.
believe.
So that was after you graduated from IOP.
Yeah, the beginnings, but I got arrested on that one in March or February.
Oh, I see. February 6th.
And I got my sanction for it, which was 30 days more treatment.
Okay.
And like I say, on everything I did last time, like, I wouldn't be back if it wasn't for that. Like, I would have been still out there.
Okay.
Like right now, I'm depressing over missing my classes because I didn't even have a chance to drop my classes, and the money's running through it. So I'm pretty sure if I get out soon enough, I can get out, drop my classes, appeal it, and resume my classes in the next semester.
Okay.
Because that's my main focus, just going back to college.
Okay, so your main focus is college. How do you think you're going to be in regards to staying sober?
If I can get back to sober living, I'm pretty sure I'll do pretty good. Like, I had a few relapses, but it was because I kept going back to my old friends. And I'm already cut them off, especially now that I'm dropping out. So now it's gonna be out for sure that I ain't gonna be talking to them.
Okay.
Because I was doing good at the beginning, staying sober, going to every group, being respectful to the staff.
Okay.
Every time I relapsed is every time I went back to Salt Lake to hang out with my friends, because in Salt Lake, that's where I got all the people that I used to hang out with when I was in high school. But yeah, being back in Spanish for like, I feel like it'll be a better chance of staying sober because I don't got nobody over there.
So, but initially you want to release to the halfway house?
I would like to go to sober living, but if I have to go to the half hours, then like I said, I'll be able to do any program I have to.
Okay.
But like I said, Build the Beginners will take me back.
Okay.
And that's a good chance for me too.
Right. And then what's your drug of choice when you were using?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. All right. And I'm just going to say this so everyone is clear and it's on the record. The protective orders, there's 2, they are active. Okay. On your parole agreement that you signed when you were released, and if you're released again, it'll be on the parole agreement. You cannot have any contact with any victims or co-defendants.
Yeah.
That's your parole. So if there's something going on the side and there is some contact, you will be violated, just so everyone's on the same page, okay? Okay, so there's no questioning it. They are active and it is part of your parole, okay?
Oh, so one last thing, talking to APMP before, we agreed that every time I come back with charges against the victim is for the same thing, just because manipulation. So,
Okay, so
I want to follow.
can choose to not pick up the phone or respond to a text.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I want to file a protective order against the
Okay.
victim. or-
Okay,
Because she keeps manipulating me, and that's one thing I would like to do.
okay,
First thing getting out, and that will help me stay out too, because
all right. I'll note that you're planning on doing that.
I protect the water against it
Okay.
all.
So, in regards, it sounds like you do have school. Are you going to work or just go to school full-time?
So let's go full-time, because the
Okay.
money they give me for the loans,
Mhm.
that's enough money to go by.
Okay,
Just this last semester, they offered me 10,000 just for the spring and fall semester,
okay.
and that's enough to pay the rent.
And that's through Voc Rehab, right?
That's the Pell Grant.
Oh, the Pell Grant.
Voc
Okay.
Rehab is backing me up on the books. They bought me a laptop. they bought
Oh,
me
got it.
textbooks.
So Voc Rehab is helping too. All right. And then, building beginnings, since you've been back in custody, have you reached out to mental health at all? Have you needed to?
I did, but I told them I was like, look, try and get back on my medications, and I talked to Balls. She says I don't need no medications. She says I'm not psychotic. I'm pretty sure the board can get the record for mental health, like my last visit.
Okay, and Agent Ray, noted that you said you were suicidal and went to the hospital after you tried to get into, detox. So tell me about that. Are you still feeling suicidal?
So I couldn't get into detox at Foothill because whatever the incident that happened when I got out.
Uh-huh.
So my PO then pointed me to the Poison Hospital,
Okay.
but they say they don't take detox for methamphetamine. You only need heroin and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the guys at the sober living told me, look, why don't you just tell them that you're suicidal, and they'll keep you there for at least 3 days, and that should be enough time for you to get clean and be able to come back to the sober living.
Okay, so you weren't suicidal?
No, and that's what I did, and I even got yelled at by the people at the hospital saying that not to lie about it because it's gonna stay on my record.
Okay. And then are there any physical issues that, you want the board to be aware of, like, that would keep you from completing parole successfully?
No,
Okay. And you're not on medication, right?
I'm on Suboxone right now.
Oh, okay. For what? Oh, I
pain-
know.
pain management.
Sorry.
Just pain management.
Okay, for pain management.
Wait, can I just make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just remind him that if he's on Suboxone, Building Beginnings won't accept him if he shows up and he tests positive for Suboxone the first time. So, you know,
Yeah,
halfway
I'll
house
go
might
for
be
it.
a better option initially. And then once he can get himself off of that or get on the Sublocade shot and then go to Building Beginnings, but they won't take him if he tests positive for Suboxone.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely helpful. So,
Well, the decision's made that I'm going back to Building Beginnings, and I'll get off of it as soon as I can because it only
Okay.
takes 3 days to get clean. Because I'm only doing it just for pain management because they won't give me anything else over here.
so
But
pain management for what?
my shoulder, I got into a car crash in 2021
Okay.
or 2022, I think.
All right. So, you dropped out over the weekend from the Serranos, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else that you want to tell me about your parole, that one violation, and or anything else about your plans for release?
So like I say about parole, I'm pretty sure I'll do good. Like my only downfall is hanging out with my other friends because every time I hang out with them, that's when I end up relapsing.
Okay.
But if I stay back in Utah County Spanish for like I was doing pretty good over there. Better than Salt Lake or Ogden.
Okay.
So that was my only downfall, relapsing, because other than that, like criminal cases, I'm not a criminal. Like I was in stealing, and school wise, like I love going to school, like that's my thing.
Okay.
I already got my everything set up for school, like Voc Rehab bought me a laptop, they bought me textbooks.
How long do you have left to do?
For school?
Mm-hmm.
I just barely started this last
okay.
semester.
So a couple of years.
It's 2 years, yeah, for my associates, and
okay.
Hopefully when I get my associates from that, then I can do nursing too. That way I
Okay.
can have two since I'm getting the opportunity to
Yeah.
for the funding.
Yeah, take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So, here's what's going to happen. And you kind of know what's going to happen. I'm going to take this information back to the board.
let them know APMP agreed to dismiss the first allegation. So the board will consider allegation number 2 that you pled no contest to. In the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out their decision. If they do decide to grant you a parole, your parole agreement will include if you're going to a halfway house or if they've left the door open for you to go to building beginnings. Also, any additional special conditions. And when you're filling out and initialing next to the parole agreement, read it and you'll see number 6 is the one you need to pay attention to, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks, Agent.
Thanks.
Ray.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation dispositional hearing for Caleb Thiemann, offender number 225803. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm also going to be taking testimony from Agent Roberts. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. So can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Did.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. Before we start, I do want to acknowledge that you have family that are here. It looks like your wife and children and a family friend are here. On behalf of the Board of Pardons, we'd like to thank you for being here. It is nice to see that he has support on the outside, so we do appreciate your attendance today. So right now we're dealing with 8 allegations, but before we start, I do want to take note of a few things that's happened to get us to this point here today. So it looks like initially when you came to prison, you signed a waiver of time because there were pending charges. The board did accept it, and they took probable cause to continue your parole violation hearing pending adjudication of those cases. We did do a few paper reviews over the last year, and the cases were finally adjudicated. So at this point, I am going to take judicial notice of the following cases. Case number 231908340. Driving with measurable controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony. It was amended to a Class B misdemeanor attached to allegation 3. Looks like on July 25th of 2024, you received 180 days credit for time served. Possession or use of a controlled substance is attached to allegation 4. You received 365 days jail credit for time served. driving on suspended, revoked, disqualified license for qualifying circumstance, Class B misdemeanor attached to number 6. That charge was dismissed with prejudice. Possession of a controlled substance, Class B misdemeanor, is dismissed with prejudice. Use or possession drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, was dismissed without prejudice and attached to allegation number 5 on the warrant. The next case is case number 231800260, use or possession drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2. Criminal trespass, notice against entry, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 1. On June 6th, you received credit for time served, case closed. So right now, we do have those 8 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he does waive formal reading of the allegations, and we want to do basically the same thing that those court cases did, which would be admitting to number 2, number 4, and then he'll also admit to 7 and 8. We're asking to deny and strike 1, 3, 5, and 6, as those were dismissed for pleas in exchange. I'm sorry, in exchange for those pleas. I did miss one. Number 3. If we can amend it from a DUI to the driving with measurable controlled substance, he'll admit that. So with that amendment, he'll admit to 2, 3, 4, and 7 and 8, and then dismissing the other 3.
Okay. APMP, are you okay with amending allegation number 3 to match the conviction?
Yep.
Okay, and let's see, how about your thoughts on dismissing allegations 1, 3, 5, and 6?
Yeah, that's appropriate. Well, not, oh, yeah, okay. 3 is being amended, not dismissed, right?
Correct. He'll plead to the amended.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, sir. So based off of your admission to allegation 2, admission to the amended allegation 3, number 4, number 7 and 8, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your May 24th, 2022 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So what we'd be asking for is an immediate release. It seems like he's actually been in custody for over 15 months. So we are asking for his immediate release with another opportunity at parole, starting with a halfway house. He plans to do treatment at TRC or at Fortitude. If he goes to Fortitude, at Fortitude or TRC. He thinks he can get the same job he had before at forklift operator. So, and then his main driving force, his main priority is he wants to be a father. He wants to do this right and be there for his kids. He has 4 kids and a wife that he loves and he wants to care for and be successful for. So that's what we're requesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
We would agree. That's pretty much exactly what I was going to recommend. He's been in custody 414 days. So I agree.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Thiemann, I have some questions for you. So let's look at the remaining allegations that you admitted to. So we have the first allegation was dismissed. So in regards to number 2 that you admitted to, it looks like you had police contact for trespassing at daybreak because there was a previous trespassing order or not to come back. Was it at daybreak itself or just the pond?
It was at the pond. So
Just the pond,
what
okay.
had happened was an altercation had ensued between me and an individual.
Mhm.
I left.
Okay.
Well, I got a call from South Jordan Police Department
Mhm.
stating that I wasn't, or trying to trespass me over the phone. Well, I didn't think that was valid.
Okay.
From my understanding, you had to be trespassed in person or served a
Okay.
trespassing notice. So I didn't think that that was valid. Well,
Okay.
unbeknownst to me, it was.
And you went fishing there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then when you had contact, the officer searched, you found a meth pipe on your person. So in regards to this incident, because I know there's 2 separate cases, is there anything else you want to tell me about what happened that day?
That's pretty much it. I mean,
Okay.
I was fishing
And then the police came. So, how were you using meth your entire parole, or did you have a relapse?
I relapsed, I'd say a couple days before that. I'd done the PvP program in the halfway house, graduated it. I was sober for 6 months after that.
Okay,
And that's when I call.
what triggered the relapse? Was there anything in particular, or?
No, I can't really say. One of those things, I guess.
Okay, and then we're gonna move on to the second incident. So, you called the police for standby to go retrieve a motorcycle from a residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And then an officer was following you and the other person in the car. And at the time he was looking up your driver's license status. They were both not valid. And then pulled you over. And you did admit to using a vape within the last hour. Field sobriety test you agreed to do it. You failed the test, but you did pass the alcohol, the PBT, and were arrested. And then when they were inventorying your vehicle, officers found a baggie of cocaine within your reach. Now, you weren't convicted of that. So tell me about that incident.
So that incident actually occurred 2 days after the first incident.
Mhm.
I contacted them, like you said, to do standby assist so I could go retrieve my brother's motorcycle from the property that we were trespassed from.
So it wasn't your motorcycle?
No, it was my
You were just helping him? Okay.
And that who was in the car with me was my brother.
Okay.
I tried to do everything by the book, but I mean, I didn't have a license, so.
It's kind of a problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you use the vape like within an hour?
So, I have my medical marijuana card.
Okay.
They asked me how long it'd been since I used, and I told them an hour prior to driving.
Yeah.
I was very forthcoming, I showed them my, card.
Okay.
The reason they pulled me out of the car was because they smelled marijuana in my car.
Mhm.
They didn't tell me that. They just automatically assumed that I was doing something illegal because of the no license. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it is illegal to drive while intoxicated on a substance, so.
Absolutely. I just had it in my system,
Mhm.
but now
So,
I know that I can't even do that, so,
yeah, because you did fail this field sobriety though.
yes.
Okay, and then when you got out of jail, you called your agent and admitted to using meth. And then the other one is about fees. It looks like your last payment was in July of 22. So anything you want to tell me about those two allegations?
Just that, I mean, I hadn't really been keeping up on my
Mhm.
payments. Like I said, I got a wife and 4 kids that I'm trying to help support, but that's no excuse really, so.
Okay. Well, if you think it's something you can't pay, you can always request to sign a waiver and see if they'll approve it. So that's an option. All right, and we talked about the meth use. So you said that you did graduate from treatment. So what do you think could be done differently? Because you graduate treatment and then you start using. So what could be different?
I just gotta look inside myself a little bit deeper, see, and really work on my issues.
Okay.
That has a lot to do with it.
Is there anything that the board can order or that APMP can do to help you with that? So you don't relapse and come back here again?
Probably the medically assisted treatment.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't really know.
Have you done MAP before on parole? If it's something you want, I can recommend it to the board. And but just so you know, if it's added to your parole agreement, you have to comply with it.
Okay.
So, okay. All right. So when was it that you graduated from treatment?
February
February of like 23?
23.
23, okay.
23. And then I caught my charges in June 28th of 23.
Okay. So APMP does say that you reported scheduled, you were sober for a significant time, but then the relapse happened. They did indicate that when you reported the trespassing, which I mean, I commend you for letting APMP know about the police contact. You did minimize and say you were just fishing.
I mean, that's really all I was doing. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong at the time. Like I said, I didn't think that trespassing order was valid.
Okay.
That's my bad. 100% my bad.
Okay.
But literally, that's what I was doing, was fishing. I had fishing pole in hand.
Okay. All right, so, looks like you got out May 24th of 22. I'm just gonna tell you kind of what I pulled out of the report. So, APMP reported that you got out May 24th of 22. You had some drug use, you were placed in PVP at Fortitude. You got out and went on field supervision. You were staying at your mom's house and you were enrolled in Central Valley treatment. On June 13th, treatment did note that you were placed on zero tolerance treatment. You said you understood. And then June 28th was the first contact, and then June 30th was the second. Is there anything I missed?
No.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about this job. So, as the forklift operator, so you think they will hire you back?
Absolutely. I know for a fact.
Okay, what's
my
the
boss
name?
comes to visit me
Oh,
here
okay.
in prison.
What's the company?
Anchor 3PL. It's over on Wright Brothers Drive, 580 North Wright Brothers Drive.
Okay.
He's very supportive. My other bosses and other coworkers are very supportive as well.
Okay, Anchor.
3PL.
Thank you. All right. And then, before you were living at your mom's, but you want to go to a halfway house?
Yes, I do not have a valid address right now.
Okay.
So I would ask to do stabilization.
Okay.
I know I need that kind of structure at the moment, and it'll help me get on my feet, so.
Okay, and if the board did order you to participate in substance abuse treatment, is that something you're willing to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you want Matt. Okay, so since you've been back in, you've been back a while, what's your mental health been like?
I take mental health meds for my depression and anxiety.
Okay.
Other than that, it's pretty good.
Do you work with mental health or is it just for the prescription?
It's just for the prescription.
Okay. And is it helping? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, it's helping.
Okay.
Keep me focused.
Okay. And is there, do you have any physical issues that would keep you from completing parole successfully?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What's your gang status right now?
I'm an active gang member.
Active. Okay. Do you plan to continue that upon release?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and now I have some questions. It looks like since you've been back, you've had 5 disciplinaries. Of those 5, let's see, August 18th, it had something to do with you covering your bunk. November 10th, you opened a gun port. 12/19, one of the officers saw you preparing to use a syringe. February 9th was a fight. March 21st was refusing to do a UA, and then June 30th was being involved in another fight that included weapons. Is there anything you want to tell me about those?
Those are all mistakes, obviously.
They're choices, though.
They were
Their
choices at the
choices.
time. I made choices that have affected me thus far. Some of those I can say that like for the UA,
Mhm.
or failure to produce a UA. I
Yeah.
have to use a catheter. They wouldn't
Okay.
let me use a catheter. I sat that down there for 2 hours.
Okay.
The fights, I was approached and I defended myself.
Okay. And then the one that concerned me the most is February 19th, the syringe. What was going on?
So I was using, and I got caught red-handed.
Okay. But you weren't charged. I didn't see any charges in regards to that. So, out of all of these, what was the, the biggest, punishment?
I've done a little over 30 days of punitive isolation.
Okay.
And then I also have like $900 in fines.
Wow.
restitution.
All right. And then did you lose levels?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how long, honestly, do you think you've been sober so far?
I've been sober since that day I got caught.
Since December?
Yes.
Okay.
No, since it was February.
Oh, I must have written it down wrong. Okay, so since February. Does the board have to worry about you getting out and using immediately?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and why should the board grant you a release at all? This has been 4 parole attempts.
So starting off from my first parole, I made it less than a month.
Okay,
My second parole, I made it 2 months. My third parole, I made it 6 months. My fourth parole, I made it a year.
okay,
That shows progress to me. Even though I keep coming back, shows that I want to do good and I want to stay out. I'm not trying to be in here, trying to be out there with my kids.
okay. All right. So, I saw that you're enrolled in high school. You've been for a while, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
How much time, how far have you got?
So when I first started, I had 12 credits. I
Okay,
am 3 credits away.
wow,
Yes, ma'am.
okay,
I'm a full-time student. I work in the section as a cleaner. I've also done some CBT classes on the tablets, and I've taken a CBT class in person with group therapy. I've also received my plumbing and electrician's certificates.
okay. And that was since you've been back this time?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see those, but I'll look again.
I don't know why they don't pop up, but
It was plumbing and what?
my electrician's
Electrician.
certificates.
Okay, I'll look for it.
Okay.
So we can tell the board. All right, is there anything else you want to tell me about your plans for release, these violations, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I do have to warn you about one thing. In regards to these disciplinaries, it looks like your last one was quite a while ago, June, few months. The board will most likely, if you do get a release, make it contingent upon no additional disciplinaries.
Okay.
I can guarantee you, if you get one, we're pulling your date and you'll have to have a rescission hearing. And that can take months until you get another date, okay? So please do whatever you can to not get any more disciplinaries. All right, so you've been through this. I'm going to submit all the information from today with the recommendation from AP&P and your attorney. It sounds like they agree on immediate release. And I'll let the board know everything we discussed here today, your requests for a MAT, what you had to say about the violations and your plans once you are released. In the next 7 to 10 days, you will find out what the decision is. It'll come either through inmate mail or your caseworker for the family. If you want to go onto our website, you'll actually see before he will what the decision is. So when the board is done voting, it automatically goes on our website. So I would check it after about a week and you should be able to see the decision. All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, so you can have a few minutes, and I wish you luck. Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jeffrey McDonald, 148617. Is that your offender number? Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Holmes. Agent Holmes was actually sworn in for a previous hearing today. So, Mr. McDonald, I just need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is the copy of what we're using for our hearing today. So currently, you do have one allegation. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegation?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations and no motions. He will admit to the sole allegation, although he does want it noted that how these conversations occurred are a little bit different than the probable cause statement suggests, but it doesn't really matter for the admission.
Okay. Thank you. So, sir, based off of your admission to allegation 1, I am going to recommend the board revoke your June 13th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, and just to note, he is trying to get out of the gang. But what he's asking for is 90 days and a release. This was his first attempt at parole. He has been in custody for just over 2 months, so he's asking for a release soon. He is hoping to terminate outside just as soon as possible. He was already submitted for termination before this happened because he had completed everything after being on parole for 13 months. So he's hoping once he's released that he can get back to that status just as quickly as possible. He had a lot of things going for him, a great job, doing well in life, maintaining his sobriety. He isn't sure if he can return to his old job, but he does have 2 additional jobs lined up, as well as a residence. He does have a girlfriend, and it sounds like he may move out of state, but that wouldn't be until he's terminated. So that's his plan at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Holmes, I'll turn it over to you.
Due to the severity of the allegation, we were going to request 180 with credit for time served and then another opportunity of parole.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. McDonald, I just have some questions for you. So it looks like on the probable cause statement from APMP, it said, while at the FTC, there were some text messages that occurred between you and another inmate or parolee. The texts were found during a cell search, and it's of the other person requesting permission from you to violate another person on behalf of SAW. You gave permission for the assault, and in follow-up texts after the assault, you indicated there's an indication that they weren't satisfied with how the assault was conducted and requested another assault. Now, I know your attorney said it didn't really happen that way, so what do you want to tell me about that allegation?
So the gentleman sent me a text message asking me what was going on with another person that I thought was in good standing with SAW. I told him I don't know what to tell you. I'll get back to you. And then I, found out that he wasn't in good standing, and I just told him what time it is, whatever. And a few hours later, he sent me a video message or a video showing the incident, and it doesn't show any assault, it doesn't show anything. And all I said to him was, because he was asking me to send that up the chain of command to get him approved for his patch. And I said I wasn't going to do that. I said that the video doesn't show anything. I didn't request another assault. I didn't request anything. I just told him I was not comfortable with setting that up for him.
Okay, I'm just catching up with you, so hold on.
I know that since I've come back, I'm making the steps. Like I did so well out there for 13 months because I walked away from the gang and was staying away from them. And I admit to my mistake, allowing them to pull me back in and be
That
involved.
was a choice, sir. That's not a mistake.
Yeah, I made that.
I always think of a mistake as like you call your friend on the phone and dial the wrong number. This seems more like a choice.
Yeah, I made an extremely bad choice. Absolutely. But within 24 to 48 hours of getting back here into general pop, I filled out an SL4. There's no coming back from that. Like I'm done with the gang life. Just completely and utterly done with it. Don't want nothing to do with it. And
Okay. So I see in the system that on July 7th, and it was approved on August 8th, that you stated you were installed in good standing. So it's changed?
I was in good standing when I came back. I have no reason to fill out an SL4. Like they weren't gunning for me. They weren't coming after me for anything. I'm done with it. And I know that, like, I kind of feel like this is a blessing me coming back right now. Because like I said, I was trying to walk away from it on the street and allowed them to communicate with me and pull me back into making a poor decision. Whereas now, having filled out the SL4, they're done with me. Like, now that there would be a chance that if I ran into them, they would assault me.
Okay, so you did or you did not fill one out?
I did. I filled out an
you
SL4.
did?
I
Okay,
did fill out an SL4. They gave me an override and put me in, because I had a level 4 and they overrode me to a level 2. And I'm back in Hickory right now because of the SL4.
okay. All right. So just when reading the probable cause statement, when you were contacted by another member, just talking about what's going on with this inmate, I mean, with this fellow gang member, was that person on the outside or incarcerated?
Both people, the person that contacted me and the person he was talking about, were both outside.
Oh, okay. All right, and I did see that you were submitted by APNP for a termination. Unfortunately, it was denied because there was the active board warrant. So I did note when going through the report from APNP, you did complete all of your substance abuse treatment at the Haven on June 26th. You had 9 UAs while you were on parole. They were all negative. And APNP reported up until this point, you were compliant and doing well on parole. So if released again by the board, what are your plans to A, stay sober, and then B, to just avoid all this the Saul politics?
So I'm originally from Salt Lake, and that's where I know everybody.
Mhm.
I realize that there's Saul gang members pretty much everywhere. However, I'm going to be residence has been procured for me for and a couple of jobs as well up in Ogden.
Okay,
Further north in Ogden, I think it's Far West, I believe is what it's called.
okay,
So getting away from them, getting away from that, I've already talked to my girlfriend about just blocking and whatever we got to do to shut down my Facebook, because that's how they got a hold of me last time. I'm going to stay off of Facebook as far as staying, and that's like all I can really do. Like, as far as I'm concerned, to stay away from the gang, just stay away from them. Just pretty much spend my time at work and with my family. And then as far as staying sober, I've got a really great sober support. I've got over 5 years in sobriety right now. Of course, most of that was incarcerated on my last incarceration. However, you know, it's always going to be an issue for me. And so to stay sober, I pretty much am going to be going to AA meetings and NA meetings, and getting involved with the sober community. I had started to put together a sober hiking group, and we were going hiking. We'd gone like 5 or 6 Sundays in a row at the point I was arrested, where we would go hiking and just pick a trail together and you know, do a 5 or 6 hour hike on a Sunday morning. And that was a really great outlet for me as well. And I'd like to get back involved with that group and stay involved with those people in the sober community doing activities like that.
okay. All right, so I do show that while you were on this last parole, you were working at Unlimited Designs as a fabricator. Your attorney said that you do have a couple job leads, and that would be in Far West. I think that's what you said.
Yeah, the people who I'm gonna be renting a room from, her husband is a plumber and has offered me employment through him, knowing that it's only part-time. The employment would be full-time, but only temporary employment, because I have a degree from college from the Davis Applied Tech for CNC machining. So he's offered me a job, and then the lady that owns the house, like I said, her husband's offered me a job with plumbing. Her brother has said I can come to work with him as a roofer, which I have experience doing. They both know it would be just temporary employment while I look for a job using my degree back into CNC machining. I know my girlfriend just changed over my Indeed app. change the zip code to the Ogden area. And I've already got 7 or 8 requests for interviews.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of CNC machining up there. So, and then like my attorney said, we are looking to move as soon as I get terminated successfully. We are going to be leaving the state. We're looking at Maine or Ohio, and I think Maine is kind of the goal right now, but I'm not sure. That's subject to change too. Wherever he wants to go.
Okay. Now, you did mention that you were going to rent a room. Are the people you're renting from, are they involved in the criminal justice system at all?
Involved, I don't believe so. I know she works for the IRS and he's a plumber.
Okay.
So I don't think they're involved in the criminal justice system at all. Like as far as like having been in trouble or as employees, no, I don't think he's one of them.
All right. So, since you've been back in custody, have you had to reach out to mental health at all? How are you doing mentally?
Mentally, I'm doing okay. I know that I've had some anger management issues while on parole. And it was mainly, I'm sure you've read the letter from Dina.
Mm-hmm.
That's in my board packet.
Yeah.
And that's who my girlfriend is. That's who we're working to fix the situation. This has just been a blessing all around for my mental health to basically get a timeout from society and realize my mistakes that I was making with her, as well as the bad choices I made with allowing other gang members to communicate with me. So my mental health is actually probably stronger now. It was a little rough patch because I'm walking away from the only life I've ever really known by walking away from SAW and trying to reintegrate into society and be a productive member of the community. And so there was a lot of shame and guilt built up with that. But in communication with Dina over the phone and through letters, it's been a really helpful. And then communication with there's some other inmates here in the section with me. They're kind of going through the same thing, having walked away from the gang that they've known their whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to communicate with them and understand, we're all in the same boat. We're all going through that shame and guilt. But knowing that we're doing what's best for our own lives instead of what's best for somebody else.
Okay. And then are you on any mental health meds?
No.
Okay. And then are there any physical issues that you want the board to be aware of that would get in the way of you being able to complete parole?
No.
Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to do is submit your plea to the board. In the next 7 to 10 days, you should find out what their decision is. I'll also include the recommendation from your attorney and also AP&P. They do kind of differ in their recommendations, but we'll see which way the board goes. At this point, do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when the board, when they make their decision, you'll receive a copy of it either through your caseworker or through inmate mail. And at this point, I'm going to conclude the hearing unless you have anything else.
Is there a recommendation from you?
I just report back to the board what was said here, and
Okay.
we'll see which way they go. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Have a good day, and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Agent Holmes.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time.
See ya.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for James Cohen, offender number 149616. Is that you, sir? Oh, can you have someone turn on your microphone? Let's hear you say. Oh, yeah, where's your microphone?
There we go. Is
We
that better?
go. Much better. Okay.
All right.
So 149616, is that your offender number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Johnson. Now, Agent Johnson appeared for a previous hearing, so I just need to swear you in, Mr. Cohen. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we did get a piece of late disclosure from a Miss York. Did you get a copy of that?
No.
Okay, I will make sure that that's sent down to you so you can have a copy of that today. It was an email that came in at the last night, so I'll
Awesome,
have that
thank
sent
you.
down to you.
Okay.
So right now, you had a chance to review all of your other disclosure?
Yes, I did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. You currently have 7 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. No, we do have a motion to strike number 1. I know it's a tiny bit different, but relatively duplicative of number 2. And with that, we are going to admit the rest of the allegations 2 through 7.
Okay. APMP, what do you want to do with allegation 1?
That's fine. We can dismiss it.
Okay. Okay, sir, so based off of your admissions to allegations number 2 through 7, I am going to recommend the board revoke your February 20th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, we're asking for 180 days and another attempt at parole. He would like to start with an inpatient program, but he'd like to do it on the streets. He's never done an inpatient program while on the streets. He was looking at the Golden Steps, and the board should have a letter from them telling them that they can do treatment with him. And the reason for this, it seems like he has received some treatment outside and inside, but not inpatient on the outside. And nothing has worked so far, so he wants to try something new, and he thinks he'll be successful with that. After residential, he already has IOP set up through Phoenix Rising. So to continue his success there, he's been previously at Phoenix Rising, so they'll take him back for IOP. He would note that he has done, he has successfully completed parole before in Nevada, and he thinks he can do it again here, and he wants the opportunity to show the board that he can do that. So that's our request at this time.
Okay, thank you. Agent Johnson?
So having this be his 9th parole attempt, I feel like he's had quite a bit of opportunity to try these things. This last parole only lasted about 4 months before he stopped reporting and stuff. It appears that he has had the entire time that he was on parole that he was kind of doing shady things. It looks like he's been in and out of the program that he was supposed to be at. Obviously leaving the state, some other things like that. It just doesn't seem like Mr. Cohen is amenable to parole, and I just recommend that we expedite his sentence.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cohen, I have some questions for you. So we're striking number 1. So allegation 2 is failure to report on June 11th. You failed to report as directed. You reported you were in group and you couldn't make it on time. You were directed to contact your agent after group and reschedule, and you never did. So what happened there?
I relapsed, and I mean, there's no excuse. I was using and I was nervous to check in. Agent Johnson did a great job as a parole officer. I just want to say that he did an excellent job. I couldn't ask for a better parole officer. And I mean, I have no excuses other than I was dealing with things in treatment from like abuse in my childhood that I was finally talking about, and it made me short circuit, and I went to using to try to deal with it. And you know, that just continued the same old cycle. So I really don't have any excuses. I just was getting high and I was scared to check in.
Okay. All right, so then we have number 3. It looks like you headed to Wendover on June 14th. Why'd you leave the state?
I had just left my IOP, my residential, or my sober living house a few days before that. And I, in my infinite wisdom, decided it was a good idea while I was using to drive to Wendover and go gamble for the night in a casino. There's, again, no excuse for that. It was just a stupid thing to do, and I was using.
How long were you over in Wendover?
Overnight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe 2 days. Honestly, I can't remember exactly. It may be 2 days, but I feel like it was only overnight. But either way, I crossed over the state lines to go to the casino.
Okay. And then the failure to reside at your residence of record, failure to complete treatment, those, it appears those are both from when you left treatment. What do you want to tell me about that? Why'd you leave?
That was the same incidents where I kind of short circuited a little bit over the things that I was going over with my therapist and started using, and then I just left and bounced around from here to there for a minute, and finally started getting it reeled in and dialed it in and cleaned up for a few days, and got in touch with my parole officer and was going to check in, but by then it was too late. I'd already been, you know, unaccountable for a couple of weeks, which was unacceptable.
Okay. And then the last one is failure to comply with your cap, but that's just basically an overview of what we just discussed. So Agent Johnson does have an argument there. You've had 9 parole attempts. So why should the board consider you for a release at this point versus expiring you in May 9th of 2027?
Honestly, ma'am, I mean, it is a strong argument, and I don't really have much I can debate it with. All I can say is that I have this opportunity to do this inpatient treatment on the streets that I've never done, and it's in an area of Utah that I've never resided in. I don't know anybody up there. It's up in Logan, and they have a thing that they call PHP. It's Partial Hospitalization Program, which entails 2 group sessions a day as well as 2 times a week with my therapist, plus neurofeedback therapy, which is all something I've never tried before. And I mean, honestly, I know that the board and APMP is probably sick of me doing this, but not nearly as sick of it as I am. You know, I want to do something new, anything new that'll help me fix this glitch. And I feel like really diving into this neurotherapy thing at this new treatment program will maybe give me the chance to do that.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If the board decided to either expire your sentence and lay you down for a year and a half, or if you were terminated, when released, would you participate in this program?
Yeah, I'm going to go there no matter what, as long as the bed is still available, as long as I can still get in there. That's like I said, I want to succeed. I don't just want to get out. I've gotten out a lot, obviously, you know, I want to succeed, and whatever that looks like, I'm ready to do. You know, I've got a really good support system and family and friends and people that are in recovery, and they agree that this is something that I haven't tried yet, and they're in my corner that this would be worthy of trying for something that hopefully would make some changes that last.
Okay. So in reading the report from APMP, it shows that you owe over $2,000, $12,000 in restitution.
Mm-hmm.
You had 3 UAs with them. They all came back dirty. Were you using your entire parole?
Off and on. As soon as I was doing well for a few weeks, and as soon as I started like diving into therapy at IOP, I didn't really, I mean, I tried reaching out to some of my support system and stuff, but there's only so much that other people can do for you. You know, there's only so much that they can do to talk you through it. At the end of the day, I was battling with depression and anxiety and trying to manage all these emotions that I don't know how to manage. And I just turned to relapsing. So I was relapsing regularly while I was out, and then reeling it back in, and then relapsing again and reeling it in. And it was a bad cycle.
Okay. And then they also said during your parole, there was a time when you left treatment or was removed and then reinstated, and APNP wasn't made aware of that until after.
Yeah.
It's concerning because of the lack of communication, it looks like.
I know.
And you had 2 REM violations for methamphetamine use. So if you are granted another parole, how are you going to avoid doing this for number 10?
Well, not to beat a dead horse, but like I said, the only thing that I think is different, I mean, aside from the fact that I'm getting older and starting to look at things differently, but I've been getting older and look at things differently for the last 10 or 12 years, you know?
Yeah.
And I continue to fall back into the same traps emotionally and with my addiction and stuff. And I really think that the opportunity I have at this Golden Steps recovery for this hospitalization program with this neurofeedback therapy is the only chance. I mean, not the only chance. I'll never give up on myself, but I really think it's something worth me investing everything I have. And I think that if there's a good chance with that and me getting older and starting to wisen up a little bit over some things, I got a good chance of making it.
And then in the system that we use, you are listed as modified monitor, but APNP noted that it appears you're still very active with SAC. What's your gang status?
I'm modified. Not only am I modified, but there's a letter in my file or an email from a Sergeant Reese, who's one of the housing units down here in Gunnison. And when I first came back to prison, unbeknownst to me, there was a plot to have me stabbed and killed on the yard. And he was able to uncover that and stop me from going to yard and then have me moved to a modified unit. So, I mean, I can't remember exactly what his email said. I got it a week ago in my in like an afterthought blue packet thing from you guys. But in there it says that there's a green light on me from SAW and SAC, and he just kind of goes into a little bit of the details about how he had to move me because he was worried I was going to get killed and stuff like that. So I understand that I've created my life and I have to deal with all this, you know. But a huge reason why those issues are at hand is because I'm no longer an active gang member. If I was still active, they would never dare to try to do that. So I maintain my modified status, even though it's at a risk to myself.
Okay, you were arrested with SAC members, right?
I was arrested with the SAC shot caller, a leader.
Okay.
And the only reason I say it like that is because that's an example of how like the way that the system is in here and the way that things are out there are very different, you know. And I mean, he's a friend of mine, and in my paperwork it says that because I was with him, it shows that I'm still active, you know. And if there's anybody that I could be with and not be active and like to prove my case, was what I'm saying is it was him, you know, because I'm not active yet. I don't know exactly how I'm trying to explain this, but what I'm saying is that I'm modified, I'm not active, and the fact that I was with him doesn't prove that I'm active, because if it did, when I came back, I wouldn't have had these issues that I've had and had to be moved to a modified unit.
Okay,
You know, especially with somebody like that being my friend and being close to me, obviously, it wouldn't be a situation that I would have to deal with in here.
So if I understand right, you may have been arrested with him. You're saying you're no longer active, but you're just associating with this person?
He's my friend, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is like, I understand that I wasn't supposed to associate with people that are still active in gangs and things like that, you know, and that's just a product of my drug use. You know, I just get back in touch with people that I'm used to and things like that. But If I was still active, having him as a friend like I do, I wouldn't have to live in the housing unit that I live in. I wouldn't have these issues with these gangs that I have.
So you're currently in, you're not in protective custody, but you're in a section that keeps you relatively safe?
Yeah, I'm in a housing unit called Ironwood, and the only active gang members there are like Bloods and Crips and stuff like that. Anybody that's from SAC or SAW has to be modified to live in that gang or in that building.
Okay. All right. So, are you planning on going into this treatment headlong to where you wouldn't be working initially? Planning on working.
I'm gonna do whatever it is that I'm gonna roll with whatever they think that I need to do, you know? At this point, like I love to work and working is one of my main things, but I mean, if they say that I just need to focus on my recovery and do that and then slowly transition into work, I'll do that. I'll do whatever they tell me that they think that will help me succeed in the long run.
Okay. All right. So, you have talked a little bit about, some issues emotionally or mental health wise. What's your mental health like right now?
I'm frustrated. You know, I battle a lot of depression related things because I've wasted a lot of my life. I've let everybody down in my life, especially my children. And I continue this cycle where I always end up in the same old places with the same old people doing the same old things. And I've never done it with like reckless abandon without caring. You know, I've never been the guy that like wants to come back to prison because I don't have to worry about the stresses of the streets and stuff. I'm not that guy. You know, I'm always heartbroken when I'm letting my children down and letting the people down that support me. And I want to fix this problem, whatever it is. And I mean, obviously, I've done close to 19 years now, you know, and it's just nothing, no amount of time, nothing like that has fixed it. I've done every program that they have in here that I can think of. Conquest, Hope, BRT. I've done them all 2 or 3 times. And I've made some progress in those areas through those programs, but every time I've gotten out and I struggle with dealing with feeling like a failure. And all it does is just compound and get worse and worse every time. And it's harder and harder to deal with.
Are you working with mental health at all or on medication?
Yeah, I'm working with mental health. I have appointments with them. I have kind of like an open door policy with them where I can go in and talk to them whenever I need somebody to talk to or whatever. And so I utilize that. And yeah, that's about where I'm at with that.
Okay. Do you have any physical issues that would keep you from completing parole successfully?
No, unfortunately, I don't have any excuses.
Okay. All right. So, you probably know this as well as I do, what's going to happen next. So, I'm going to take the recommendation from APMP, which is the expiration, and then a recommendation from your attorney, which is to release you after 180 days to go into treatment at Golden Steps. I'll also include in my report what we talked about here today, what your plans are, and what you had to say about those violations. In the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail or through your caseworker. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
I just want to verify, it's in your guys' file, that email from Sergeant Reese, right? About me not being an active gang member?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't read through every letter in your file, but I'll make a note of it. And if it is in there, I'll be sure to point that out to the board so they'll read it.
Thank you.
So it's from Sergeant Reese?
Yes, ma'am. It's from Sergeant Reese.
Okay, got it.
EES. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be sure to look for it and point it out to the board.
Okay. It's really important for me that everybody know I'm not an active gang member.
Yeah, I understand. And we also did get the letter from Golden Steps, and I'll be sure to have this late disclosure from Miss York sent down to you, okay?
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
All right. Okay, at this time, we will conclude the hearing. I wish you luck, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Good luck, sir. Okay, thanks,
Agent
Melissa.
Johnson.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye, see ya.
Soon as we get the go signal. This is time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Eric Christian Duran, offender number 211140. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons of Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent James Proctor from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, you too, Mr. Duran?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Duran, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right. So, Kate, it looks like Mr. Duran does have a pending case. It's case number 241910086 for failure to remain an accident involving serious injury as a third-degree felony, aggravated kidnapping while committing unlawful detention, a third-degree felony, and domestic violence-related assault as a Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for an initial appearance on September 19th, 2024. So do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive formal reading. We'll enter denials at this time. We'll make a motion to continue for 60 days while that case is pending.
All right. Okay, Mr. Duran, here's what will happen is I'll enter denials to all the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review to track this pending case. It is not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for us to track this pending case. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible.
Okay, I will.
Okay, and just for your information, to provide or to keep you from getting any further trouble, there is an active protective order with the alleged victim in that case, so please do not contact her or have anybody else contact her on your behalf, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Nope. So they're going to just put, it's not going to be 60 days. It will just be,
Well, we'll schedule it originally for 60 days. If it's resolved before the 60 days, write a letter to the board. and then we'll get you back on whatever the appropriate calendar is. If it takes longer than 60 days for this case to be resolved, we'll just continue the PV paper review until it is resolved. But we'll look at it in 60 days, okay?
All right, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
On record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jeffrey A. Christensen, offender number 11409. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent James Proctor from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
And I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. And for the record, Agent Proctor was sworn in a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Christensen, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So, Kate, looks like APMP has 6 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading. At this time, we do have motion, and it sounds like it's a stipulated motion. We'll enter denials on 5 and 6, and a stipulated motion to strike allegations 5 and 6 as he's been in custody for over a year, and those have not been filed. As to 1 and 4, Mr. Christensen had previously believed that he admitted to those, so to the extent he is not, he can admit to those at this time.
So admitting to 1 through 4?
Yes.
All right, okay. Agent Proctor, and for the record, you're okay with dismissing allegations 5 and 6?
Yeah, he's been in for 383 days with no progress on those charges.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Christensen, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegations 1 through 4 today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf. If you admit to allegations 1 through 4 today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1 through 4. Note the denials to allegations 5 and 6. Recommend the board revoke your July 11th of 2023. Now, as a word of caution, Mr. Christensen, is even if the board decides to dismiss these allegations, that will not prevent West Valley City or the prosecutor from filing charges on this offense in the future, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, with that, Ms. Conyers, what's your recommendation?
Yes, thank you. Because he has been in custody for over 13 months, a lot has happened while he's been in custody. Sadly, his parents passed away during that time, I believe, which did leave their house for him and his sister. So he's asking for an immediate release and another opportunity at parole. He will be living at the house that his parents have left for him and his sister. He's not able to work because he's on disability and he doesn't really have any treatment needs. During parole, his plan is to stay positive, contribute to the community, and be a great father to his 3 kids and grandfather to his 6 kids. His family seems to be his priority and focus at this time. So that's his request.
All right. Thank you, Agent Proctor. What's your recommendation?
I'm in agreement with this. Immediate release is fine with me, and conditions stay as they were before.
Okay. All right, Mr. Christensen, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from AP&P. I have some questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we're having this discussion and I asked you these questions, I want to make sure that you understand, don't talk about allegations 5 and 6, okay? Because this is a legal proceeding. This can be used against you in court. So tell me what happened on this parole.
Oh, like the lawyer mentioned, I lost both my parents last March and April, and I want to say I'm very sorry for the way I acted. It was, I can't believe I'm really disappointed in the way I acted. It was like a child, you know. I was really not doing too well. I lost mom in March and my dad in April. My dad was my best friend, and it was just very hard. And I lost my brother this year while I was in here, and that was just added all up.
Okay, so you lost your
It's been
parents.
enough time. I've come to realize, you know, it's life, you know.
Okay, you lost your parents on the previous incarceration?
Last year, in March last year, I lost my mom, and then I lost my dad in April.
Okay.
He died, yeah, he died 3 weeks after she did. They'd been married 72 years, and he was my best friend, and it was really tough.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
So you were released from prison. The next day you show up to AP&P, you admitted to using meth, right?
Yes, sir.
And then approximately a week later, you absconded.
I was in West Valley, yeah. I never really tried. I know it's all bad, but I never really tried to go anywhere. I never left West Valley, and where I was arrested on 8/23, it was a half a mile from my house.
Okay.
My daughter was going to touch. She was talking me into turning myself in, which would have been the best idea.
Okay. I agree with that statement, and with your daughter, turning yourself in probably would have been the best idea. The reason for it is you turn yourself in and all you have are these absconding and not reporting. The board and AP&P can work with that, right?
Yeah, it was just my stupidity. I'm really disappointed in myself for being that. I'm old enough to know that that's just not the right thing to do.
Okay.
You know, I should have never done any of that.
Right. How often did you use meth while you were out for that about a month and a half?
Just that one time when I first got out.
Did you use it the day you got released?
Day after.
Day after, okay.
Yeah. But I've come to realize that I was an alcoholic, and I quit alcohol, and I used to years ago, and I was in, I know it's easier said than done, but I quit crack too, cocaine, and I know I can quit all of them. I know I'm not a bad person. I know right from wrong. And
right.
It's just, the thing with the parents was killed me, almost killed me in.
Okay. And that's understandable. How could you have handled that better?
By not using any drugs and went for more support, you know, I'm LDS, so I go to church and AA and NA and all that helps.
Yeah, okay. Did you talk to mental health while you were incarcerated?
Yes, I came down twice when I got news that they both passed. I talked to them. Yeah, and that helped.
Okay, good. How's your mental health right now?
It's good, stable.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No, sir.
Do you take any medications?
Yes.
What do you take?
Effexor, 75 milligrams once a day.
What do you take that for?
Depression.
So have you been officially diagnosed with depression?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health?
I'm not getting any younger, to tell you the truth. You know, I'll be 62. I'm coming up on 62. That's another reason I'm just tired of this. This has been the hardest this is the hardest time I've ever done. It's just getting really old. I know it's easier said than done, but I plan on taking it very seriously if I get freedom again and not do any of the things I've done in the past.
Okay. Looks like you've completed a couple treatment programs since you've been incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including anger management?
Anger management and a relationships program, yes.
Yeah.
I attend church weekly.
Good. Okay. No disciplinary violations?
No, sir.
And you plan on living at the residence, and that's in West Valley?
Yeah, but my mom and dad left me and my sister a home there. It's paid for, so that's a plus.
Okay, that's good. Is your sister going to live there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other family members?
No, just me and her.
Okay. And Ms. Connier stated you were on disability?
Yes, I'm on SSDI, sir.
SSDI.
I
Okay.
just have to go to the nearest federal building and start my payment, start it back up.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
I think that about covers it. I'm just very sorry for my actions, the way I acted last year.
Okay. I encourage you to continue seeking mental health treatment.
Okay, sir.
Yes, especially what's called grief counseling.
Uh-huh.
That will help you process your parents' deaths as well as handle it. Okay. That'll also help you with your relationships with your family and friends.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, here's what will happen is I will type up my report and I will submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, sir.
All right, now, here's my piece of advice regarding allegations 5 and 6 is if there is still an active protective order with that protective person, I recommend not having contact with her.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Okay.
That's just honest advice. I'm not an attorney. I'm not giving you legal advice, but that can prevent you from coming back to prison again, okay?
Okay, sir.
All right. With that, we will conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
set for a parole violation hearing for Dustin Ace Waite, offender number 187581. UDC staff has indicated Mr. Waite has opted to not appear for this hearing and allow Ms. Conyers to represent him. With that, Kate, Mr. Waite does have a pending case. It's case number 241600011. This case, in that case, he's been charged with kidnapping as a secondary felony, deviant assault with substantial bodily injury as a Class A misdemeanor, property destruction, damage, it's a Class A misdemeanor, and domestic violence in the presence of a child as a Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for a preliminary waiver on October 28th of 2024. So are there any motions or pleas, Kate?
Yes, so I did meet with him on Monday, and we'd like to enter denials at this time and continue for 60 days due to him, Mr. Waite, having pending charges. And I'll just state for the record that we did discuss me representing him without his presence today.
All right. Okay, with that, I will enter denials to the allegations. Recommend a PV paper review in 60 days. With that, we will conclude this hearing.
Good.
The time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brock Brett Bull Creek, offender number 239828. With us, we have attorney Ms. Kate Conyers and agent James Proctor from APMP. Mr. Bull Creek, or UDC staff has indicated Mr. Bull Creek has decided not to appear for this hearing. He does have a pending case. It's case number 241908200 for forgery, a third-degree felony. Possession of a controlled substance is a Class A misdemeanor. Interfering with a peace officer is a Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for a scheduling conference on October 25th, 2024. With that, do you have any motions and pleas, Kate?
Yes, I do. At this time, we will waive reading, and I will represent Mr. Bull Creek for his, rather than him appearing today. And we would make a motion to continue based on pending charges that he has. We discussed 30 days as he has court on October 9th.
All right. Any objection, Agent Proctor?
Nope, just gonna ask for continuance as well.
All right. With that, we'll schedule a PV paper review in 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Proctor. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Garrett Lewis, offender number 173106. Is that you, sir?
It is.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Marianne Kim from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
I can, yes.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Kim, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Put your hands down. Mr. Lewis, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. So, Kate, it looks like APMP has 5 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. No motions. He'll admit on all 5.
All right, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to all 5 allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1 through 5. Recommend the board revoke your September 12th of 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What Mr. Lewis and I discussed on Monday is that kind of what the cause of these admissions are is that he relapsed and absconded because he knew that he was violated and didn't want to, take accountability right then due to his bad decision making because of his relapse. So clearly, and he understands what a bad decision that was. Regardless, we are asking for 90 days and another opportunity at parole. He's been in custody now for approximately 3 months. He was picked up in Vegas on June 6th. So he is asking basically for an immediate release now and another opportunity at parole. He does want to do treatment and he plans to seek out a job at Mountain West doing various labor. So he does have some plans and hopes that he'll be more successful this time and realizes that he needs to stay in touch with his agent rather than just kind of taking off if relapses happen. He understands that happens and that communication is key to his success. That's all I have for now.
All right, thank you. Agent Kim, do we know if there's going to be charges filed in Nevada?
So I tried to look for a disposition with the Nevada court, but they sent me one from years ago. So I don't know if any charges have been filed. I'm still waiting to hear back for a more updated case for these newer charges. So I honestly don't know right now what's going on with those new charges or potential new charges.
With that, what's your recommendation?
I would recommend 120 days with treatment while incarcerated, and upon release, upon parole, I would recommend 120 days of GPS, as well as release to a halfway house or residential treatment program.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Lewis. Tell me what happened on this parole.
Well, my attorney, she said it pretty well. I did go into this. I was down in St. George, and when I was expected to come back and turn myself in with Agent Smith, I did make my way back to Salt Lake, and I had good intentions, and I regrettably made a bad choice and ended up absconding. And given the opportunity, I'll definitely do better. My first parole was a little bit better, definitely a lot better than this one. My second parole, and I intend to successfully complete parole if given the opportunity.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you were on parole not quite a year your first time. And this one, then you absconded after about 2 months, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you report for that 3-day rim. We're not having this discussion, right?
Right.
3 days versus 90 days at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
And possible charges down in Las Vegas. So that could be additional incarceration time.
I wasn't aware of new charges in Nevada.
Well, I don't know, and Agent Kim has said she doesn't know as well, but apparently you were arrested not only on the board warrant, but some new charges. Now, whether they file or not is up to Las Vegas
Right. Okay.
or Clark County. Okay. As of right now, it doesn't appear charges have been filed, but that doesn't mean they can't file them in the future.
Right. Right.
Right. What were you doing for the almost 8 months that you were a fugitive?
For a portion of it, I was here in Utah, and for a smaller portion, I was in Vegas, and I wasn't doing anything good, sir. You know, I was out there, I was using, and definitely wasn't a good time. I think my incarceration was for the best this time. I think there's a reason I got caught, you know?
Okay. What were you using?
Opiates.
How often were you using?
On a daily basis.
How much were you using every day?
I don't know, I guess maybe like a half gram, if I had to put a number on it.
No gang affiliation?
No.
How's your mental health?
Good.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
No. Especially in my sober mind, I think I'm pretty healthy mentally.
Do you take any medications?
I don't.
How's your physical health?
Good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
No.
I know it's Davis County, so there's not much.
Yeah.
You had 2 disciplinary violations?
Yeah, yes. One of them was an accidental damage to it was to the tablet, but the other one was, yeah.
The other one says you use derogatory language towards staff.
Right.
What'd you say?
Just basically, I was trying to pass some commissary, which is against the rules, and I was pretty new here at the facility, and I asked him to give it back, and when he said no, I need to hold you accountable, or I need to hold you to the same standard as everybody else, I basically said the F word and told him to F off.
Okay. What was the consequences of that?
30 days in level 2.
Okay. Then the other one, it says accidentally damaged the tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. What's going to be different on your next parole?
Well, I definitely have a different mindset going into this. I think that the best thing for me on my first parole was working and also, I mean, working out, just keeping busy, really. Idle time has always been bad for me, you know. I think as long as I have a job and can, you know, stay busy throughout the day, I'll be successful.
Okay. Where do you plan on living? What city?
What city you said?
Yeah.
Salt Lake.
Do you need a halfway house or is it a treatment program?
As of right now, I need a halfway house.
Do you have any employment lined up or any type of work you want to do?
Yes, I do have. Before I answer that question real quick, I do have an address that I'm working on in Salt Lake.
Okay.
But it hasn't been approved yet. So, like,
okay.
Hopefully. But yes, I do have an employment lined up with Mountain West Industrial Construction Company, and they've got a contract with Kennecott, so they've been up at the mine for quite some time.
Okay.
They're based out of Utah County.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I think that's it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis. Here's my advice to you.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, you know that even if you relapse, talk to your agent. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Board and APNP can work with relapses. Okay. When you stop reporting, when you abscond, that's when you give APNP and the board no other alternative but to bring you back to prison.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing is that if that happens, be honest. Even turn yourself in after a board warrant, right?
Yes.
Because there's always the option of APNP requesting a warrant recall, and the board has that option to recall that warrant and do what's called an alternative event. It might be 3 days in jail. It might be put you on GPS. It might put you in the parole violator program or a halfway house. Okay.
Yeah.
But all of those options beat where you're sitting now, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, they sure do, right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. With that, Mr. Lewis, here's what'll happen going forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, here's my last statement to you, Mr. Lewis, is that if you are going to be working in construction or especially up at Kennecott, please do not use drugs and then go to work. Okay. I know Ms. Conyers has heard this plenty of times. I have friends and family who work up at Kennecott.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to work while you're under the influence, you're putting their lives in jeopardy. Okay.
Right.
And I don't want anything to happen to you or especially them.
Understood.
All right.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We will conclude this hearing. Thank you, Agent Kim.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Fernando Luis Garcia, offender number 205583. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, on video. Can you see her?
Yes.
All right. I will be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Garcia, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
And for the record, there is no AP&P representative. If one appears, we will place them under oath and get them caught up. Okay, so Kate, it looks like Mr. Garcia did have a pending case number 245502121. In that case, he pled guilty to driving under the influence, first offense in 10 years as a Class B misdemeanor, and then driving on denied as a Class C misdemeanor was dismissed. The court sentenced him to 90 days in jail for that offense. So I will take judicial notice of that one, attach it to number 2, and you waive formal reading. And are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive formal reading. There are no motions. He will admit to all 4. I have a note on 3. It doesn't change the admission. He did have a canvas card. He just didn't tell AP&P about it.
Okay.
And I've received proof of that card.
Okay.
I don't know if the board needed it or anything.
Yeah. I'm not sure it would matter.
Yeah, I don't know that it would.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to all of the allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to have witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to have witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. You admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. You understand this?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll accept the admissions to allegations 1 through 4 and take judicial notice of the new conviction. Recommend the board revoke your April 9th of 2024 parole. I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What we're asking for is 90 days, going back to the July 2nd date that he's been in custody since, and then a release and another opportunity at parole. That was his second attempt at parole. He does have a job lined up. He doing concrete. He has a new address, and that will be in West Jordan with his wife. She's part of a very good support system that he has. He plans to do treatment at Changes. In fact, he has an evaluation preemptively. He's scheduled it so that he can hit the ground running. That is already scheduled at Changes for November 4th.
Yes.
And that's all I have right now.
All right, thank you. Okay, and I did note that we did get a letter from Changes letting us know about the November 4th appointment for mental health evaluation.
Perfect.
All right, Mr. Garcia. Tell me what happened on this parole.
So I got out. So I did 2 years. I got out on parole. Well, obviously I got out on parole, and like, I relapsed, and like, I ended up getting a FAFSA grant for school, and I started going to school. I started going to Fortis College for HVAC. I signed up. It took like 2 to 3 weeks, and I started going to my classes. And my sister ended up helping me out with the car, and so she gave me a car so I could go to school and stuff like that. And then I got my cannabis card, and like, I was just comfortable, like, I realized one time when I got out, and then after that I didn't use drugs no more. I just had my cannabis card, and like, I was going to school, but I was out late at night, and that's when I got pulled over. And like, after that, I was like, damn, I messed up because I caught the DUI. The police officer let me go. He said he let me go because I was being cooperative, and like, he asked me to draw my blood. I told him yeah. And after that, like, so after that, my PO asked me to check in, and I got nervous. I didn't want to go back, because I was doing so good, and then I just didn't check in. And after that, like, I just didn't check in. I was on the run for a minute, and then, but like, the good thing was, like, when I got arrested, like, I was sober and everything. I was working under the table, like, doing concrete, and like, I was staying out of trouble, but like, I just couldn't shake. Like, I knew I was coming back, so. Like I just trying to lay low, but then I'm glad I got arrested when I did because I'm getting it over with now and I could just pick up where I was at when I was out because I just like and then that's why I scheduled my my substance abuse mental health evaluation for when I get out. I have it scheduled already. That way when I get out I could get into that and because I know that was one of my main things my PO wanted me to do was to do a substance abuse evaluation. And now that I got it scheduled, and I could reschedule it too. I'm not saying like, oh, I want to get out this day. Obviously, I want to get out soon, but like I could call, reschedule it, and fit like any time that I get, So I just want to let the board know, like I know what I did was wrong, and like I take full accountability for that. And I'm just glad I'm getting this over with now, so I could get on with my life because I do got a good support system. I got a good wife, and like things are finally falling in place for me for once, and like I'm very excited to get out and like do my parole this time, like the right way, So yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I noted that, well, like I said earlier, you do have an appointment in November with
Yeah.
Vegas. And you relapsed almost immediately after.
Yeah, cause I paroled to Twella and 'cause I thought, I'd get away from Salt Lake because those are my usually stomping grounds, whatever. And I went to Twila, I saw some more friends, and yeah, I did relapse, and that's when I was like, you know what? Like, if I'm gonna be sober, it's got to be my choice. It's not gonna be just because there's drugs everywhere, So that's when I
Right.
switched to Salt Lake, and like I made it a mental thing to stop using, and I stopped using and stuff just because I was like, you know what? I don't have to move, like, because I was more comfortable at home. But even at my address in Salt Lake, it was, it was triggering, and that's why like this time I got a completely new address in West Jordan's and like I know I'll be good there and stuff,
Okay. I mean, make sure you give a copy of your medical marijuana card to AP&P.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, even if you have that, that does not mean you can just go ahead and use and then drive.
Yeah, I shouldn't be driving anyway. Yeah, I shouldn't even be driving anyway. So I'm gonna make it my goal. I'm not gonna get behind the wheel at all until I actually get my license. And even then, like I'm not gonna rely on the cannabis card. So like I'm not, it's not even a priority for me anymore. So
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, and then the other thing is, obviously, even with the DUI, that's a public safety issue, even if it's a Class B.
Yeah.
The board's going to issue a warrant, but as you kind of hinted at, this could have been taken care of a long time ago had she just reported.
Yeah, it could have. And I was honestly, I was just nervous, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't want to come back, but I'm glad I'm getting it over with now. And
Okay,
yeah.
good. How's your mental health?
My mental health is good, man. It's good. It really is. It's good, and it's nice having it's nice having the support system I had now. I've never had anything like that before. Like with my wife, and then like just people that want to see me do good instead of like people influencing me to do bad. And it's been easy, especially since I've been in here, because I could get on the phone and I could tell my wife anything, and she's just like a good support. She's solid, and she really wants to see me do good, and that's helping me out a lot, also.
All right, good. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No, I haven't.
Do you take any medications?
No.
How's your physical health?
It's good.
And it looks like you just started some programming there in Davis County?
Yeah, they have this class here, and they asked me if I wanted to do it, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. Like go twice a week, so it's cool.
All right, good. No disciplinary violations?
No.
We got your release plans. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I just want to know that I really want. Obviously, everyone wants a shot at parole, but I'm really looking forward to this shot that they give. If they give me a shot, I'm really looking forward to it, and I will take advantage of it and not come back again. Like I'm good. I'm good. I'm coming back. I'm good.
All right. Okay, and I noted is, you got a copy of the warrant request. Is that AP&P did state you were cooperative with the officers
Yes.
when you got arrested?
Yeah.
So thank you for doing that, right? You make a stressful situation a little bit less stressful.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garcia, here's what will happen going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garcia. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm done.
For a parole violation hearing for Ricky Bo Lassen, offender number 123736. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Lassen, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So Kate, Mr. Lassen did have a pending case number 2414022172 for possession of a controlled substance as a Class A misdemeanor. And he pled guilty to that. And then possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor was dismissed. And Mr. Lassen, you indicated before we went on the record that you did go to court for sentencing this afternoon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the court sentenced you to 1 year on the Class A misdemeanor.
That's correct.
Okay, but you're unsure if it was at the prison or supposed to be at the jail?
I believe he said county jail or at the prison or something. So I'm not sure what that means. I don't understand that.
Okay. Usually what happens if you're already serving prison time, they just run it concurrent at the prison. However, the court docket has not been updated yet. So we will proceed with this hearing. I will take judicial notice of that new conviction. And then Kate, do you have any motions or pleas?
Yes, I have one pleas and motions. So
Okay.
he'll admit to 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7. Although he wasn't actually using the alcohol, but he was in possession of it. We would ask to strike number 4. That retail theft charge has never been filed, and I don't know that they have intention to do that. So we're asking to strike that. Number 6 will do no contest, and I just wanted to provide a little more information about that.
Okay. Is he willing to admit to number 8? That's the
Did I miss 8?
That's the allegation.
I don't have that updated report.
Okay, that is the one that is, it's allegation by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance on or about June 28th. So that's connected to the new case.
Okay, so yes, if we could do the same thing on his new case, which we just discussed what that was, let me just double check that plea. So yeah, that was, yep, we can admit to that, number 8.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lassen, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegations 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8, and then plead no contest to allegation 6 with a denial to allegation 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept your pleas. Recommend the board revoke your November 14th of 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. So the information I wanted to provide about his treatment was it's a little bit hard for him to do treatment. He's a Canadian citizen, so he can't, it's hard for him to get a social security card. His Medicaid was cut off, and he can't get a sober living voucher because he's Canadian. Anyway, what happened here is that he got sick and missed his appointment. He unfortunately was experiencing homelessness at the time and didn't have a phone. So he was taking Suboxone, he quit taking it and then got sick, and then missed his appointment with Odyssey House, and so they basically kicked him out, it sounds like. Anyway, he is asking for another opportunity. We're asking for 90 days and another attempt at parole. This was his first. 90 days would get us here in about 2 weeks. He's asking to start at Odyssey House. He had been there for 6.5 months, and that seemed to be a good fit, and he thinks he could be successful there. One thing he's going to change this parole from last one is he's not going to do the Suboxone program, the Suboxone, because last time when he stopped taking it, he relapsed and it caused him some real problems. So he's not going to take the Suboxone. However, he is going to be compliant with his psych meds that he needs to take. So that's his plan, is to go to Odyssey House and be successful there, and then take advantage of their resources and stability after he completes that program. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Lassen. Tell me what happened on this parole. Like, we got the basic gist of it, but do you have any additional details?
Yes, just a few. She explained it well, so I appreciate her, taking the time to hear out what I had to tell her. So yeah, basically, last year, I got sent to prison for the first time, and I was just, it's kind of this is kind of a wake up for me. It's like, well, and now I'm back in prison again, and I really, I'm 49 years old, and this is just, not really, I definitely need to make some changes in my life. This is not good. This is really, if you had asked me, like 5 or 10 years ago, what I'd be doing, I would have never, had any idea I'd be like in prison, so, I really, I really think I can do well, trying to do something like Odyssey House again, and like she said, I'm not going to do Suboxone. I'll just take my psych meds, and I can do some things differently, and I think I can, do well being a contributing member of society, and I just want to try to get, a job and just be, just doing something positive in my life. I'm really, just really disappointed in myself, that I've let things get this bad, so I know that I deserve another chance to do something outside of, not, just something like Odyssey House, where I was there for 6 months and there's no locked door there. I could have left at any time, and I stayed clean and sober for 6 months when I could have left at any time. And I reported to my parole officer every time on time for 6 months as well. So I know that if I can make it that far, then I can do even better than that. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Why'd you walk away from Odyssey House?
Well, I watched everybody get a sober living voucher except for me, and I didn't know that I don't understand immigration law. I thought I was a U.S. citizen because I've been here my whole life.
Okay.
I was only in British Columbia when I was a baby, and so for months and months, I tried to get a sober living voucher. Then my Medicaid got cut off, and I just got really frustrated. I went to the Social Security office and the driver's license division like a dozen times, trying to figure out how to get a Social Security card and an updated ID so that I could get a job. And I got so just confused. I don't understand what to do. So, that's something that I want to get on top of right away. As soon as I didn't know that till like I was already there for a long time. So yeah. So
okay. Here's my advice to you: talk to your case manager. They can help you figure out that getting a Social Security card or an ID or something like that, or whatever you need to do.
And are you able to hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. So just to explain, I'm a diagnosed schizophrenic. So some days are harder than others. Some days I can think clearly, and some days I really struggle. It depends on the day. Some days are better than others. So just
I understand that. Yeah.
I'm not saying, I shouldn't have left Odyssey House, and I should have, that's my fault, but I just, but I know I can do better if given another chance to do do another program where, like I said, I could have left at any time. There's no locked door there, and I stayed for 6 months, and that's, so just.
No, and that's a good, I mean, that's a good start. And, you know, I want to acknowledge that you did stay for 6 months. My advice to you is that next time, if you feel like walking away, talk to the staff there, call your agent. If you don't like the treatment program, they can help you find a different one that might be suitable for you.
Yes, and are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, and the day I left Odyssey House as well, I had a couple more weeks till I reported my parole officer again, and I got really sick, you know, and like she had just said, I did not know that I was going to get that sick. I thought I might get a little sick, but it was very difficult. I couldn't eat for like 2 weeks, you know, it was bad. But I missed an appointment with my parole officer, and I'll just be honest, I just kind of got scared. I didn't know what to do. You know, I was on the streets with no phone and really sick.
Right.
And so I just, it was just, like she said, she said it correct. She remembered what I said. I was going to just take my psych meds and not take Suboxone this time. And I know that I can do a lot better. So I don't need it.
Good. Okay. Here's the other thing. Anytime you're scared, that is the time you need to talk to APMP.
Okay, I understand that, and that's my biggest mistake is I realize that now. I was on parole, and my biggest mistake, if I just reported to my parole officer, he would have worked with me, and he would have helped me get into a different program, and I should have just reported to him, you know, and I know that now, and at the time I did it just how sick I was. I didn't realize how, you know, important it was. You know, I know now how important it is. People have told me just to report.
Absolutely.
Parole officer.
Absolutely, because even if they can't find you a place, there's always the halfway house, right? It may not be the place you want to be, but it's stable and it helps you get your psych meds, right? And then
Yes.
it gives you a place to stay at least temporarily.
Yes, I understand that now. So
okay, good. Other than schizophrenia, have you been diagnosed with mental health issues?
Just the schizophrenia as well as you know, depression and anxiety.
Okay.
And that's, you know, and I've struggled during my life, you know, you know, as my record show, you know, my criminal record, I've got a lot of possession charges over my lifetime because there's been times where I just self-medicated, you know, with illegal drugs, and that's got me into the mess that I'm in now, you know. So.
What medications do you take now?
Right now, I'm taking 2 medications. I'm taking hydroxyzine and I'm taking mirtazapine each day.
Okay. How are those working for you?
They're working good. They're working good for me.
Good. How's your physical health?
My physical health seems to be pretty good for, you know, being almost 50 years old. I'm getting around pretty good still, fortunately.
Good. And are you doing any programming right now?
Yes, I'm doing, I'm just starting a class called Emotional Awareness.
Okay. No disciplinary violations?
I don't believe so. I mean, if I did, it was might have been one negative C note for, I don't know, for like.
Yeah, we don't see C notes, so those don't really count unless you get technical.
Okay.
All right. And you plan on going to the Odyssey House?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lassen, here's what will happen going forward, is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board. Now, I'm going to hold off on submitting my report to the board until the court docket is updated.
Okay, that makes sense.
As far as your sentencing goes, because if you were sentenced to prison on this new case, then the board will schedule what's called a PDOH. That's just another hearing, and then they'll discuss the new conviction with you. Okay.
Okay.
If the court docket says that you were not sentenced to prison and the time is suspended, then I will submit my report to the board, and most likely they'll give you a release date. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So it's going to take 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website, and then it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lassen. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay.
For a parole violation hearing for James Earl Lee, offender number 158513. UBC staff has indicated that Mr. Lee has opted not to appear for this hearing and would like to allow Ms. Conyers to represent him. So Kate Conyers is here for this hearing, as well as Agent David Patterson from APMP. Now, Mr. Lee does have a pending case. It's case number 241800205 for distribute, offer, arrange distribution of a controlled substance as a first-degree felony, possession of a controlled substance as a Class A misdemeanor, and possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for sentencing on September 23rd of 2024. And as we were discussing prior to going on the record, the court docket does not reflect what Mr. Lee pled guilty to. So with that, Kate, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading, and I did speak with Mr. Lee, and he asked me to represent him here today. We'll enter denials at this time, and we'll continue for 30 days post, and he'll let us know after it's fully resolved, and we can get him back on the calendar.
All right. I'm assuming no objections to that, Agent Patterson? All right, with that, I'll enter denials to the allegations and recommend a PV paper review in 30 days pending sentencing of that case. And we'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Great
Agent
to
Patterson.
see you, Ray, as always.
See you later, Kate. It was a pleasure.
See you later.